All right. How's it going? I'm liking this backdrop or this like layout. Okay, so today I'm going to go through each card in Modern Horizons 2 and I'm just going to give my like 2 cents. Guess we can wait for people to get here. It's a pretty cool set from what I've seen. Some cool cards. I need something to listen to. This this Twitch DMCA thing is just killing me. So it's like 300 cards or something. It's like 300 cards. So if I spend like a minute on each card, that's like 6 hours. Is that right? 300 times or 300 divided by 60, 5 hours. So I'd like to finish this in under 5 hours. Okay, let's give this like a test run. That that looks fine, right? I'm trying to get rid of that border. That looks fine. I don't know. I'm bad at overlays and stuff. I kind of matched the. I didn't even mean to do that. I kind of matched the text with like this tie dye thing or whatever. Okay, is anyone here? I'm just gonna start. People can show up and watch the VOD if they miss something. Okay, so first card. Yeah, that looks fine. I'm just looking at the overlay. Okay, first card. Abiding Grace. 2 and a white enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, choose one. You gain 1 life, or return target creature card with mana value 1 from your graveyard to the battlefield. This card's fine. I don't think it's like. It's like kind of like Luris, where you can get something back, but I don't know if there's going to be a deck for this. Gain 1 life. I don't know. It just seems like a good limited card, maybe, like just for draft. Actually, it's. I don't know. This card's pretty medium. Return target creature with mana cost of 1. Yeah, I'm going to say this card's kind of medium. I'm. It's whatever. Although it does kind of look like. What is it? The Sarah land that like taps for enchantments. So that's kind of cool. All right. Arcbound Javelineer. 1 white for an artifact creature soldier. It's a 0/1, and it says tap. Remove X +1 counters from this card. It deals X damage to target attacking or blocking creature. It has modular 1. Oh, so it's a 1/2 for 1. This card seems good. Especially if you can, like, put more counters on it. I know people are excited about modular and affinity coming back. But yeah, this is like, I don't know, this is a draft card. I think a lot of these are going to be just for draft. Alright, Arcbound Mouser. It's a 1 white artifact creature cat, lifelink, and modular 1. Yeah, whatever. It's a draft chaff deck filler. If you can make it big, it would probably be pretty good. But yeah, it's a cat. More lifelink cats. I do like the I'm into the hexagons. I love that there's like parts of Mirrodin that are just like hexagon tiles. I'm into it. Alright, Arcbound Prototype. 1 and a white for a artifact creature assembly worker. And has modular 2. So it's a 2/2? Yeah. Seems playable. Like you're probably... I imagine you'd be happy with as many of these as you can get in draft. Good common. Now this card's pretty cool. Barbed Spike, 1 and a white, artifact equipment. It's basically living weapon because it makes a 1/1 Thopter when it comes into play. So then it like makes it and equips it. So it's like a 2/1 Thopter for 2. I think this card's pretty good in like in the affinity deck because it makes 2 artifacts immediately. And then you play one of your big dudes earlier. Yeah, Barbed Spike. Although it's pretty bad as an equipment. Hi, Jujitsu Robot, how's it going? Alright, next card. Blacksmith Skill. 1 white for an instant. Target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. If it's an artifact, it gets +2/+2. This card... I think this card exists. Isn't this card just like license... or like built to last? Isn't that the card? Built to last. Target creature gets +2/+2. Oh, okay, so it's like kind of swapped. It's like built to last gave +2/+2, but if it was an artifact, it got indestructible. I don't know, it's cool. Doing good just playing games? Nice. What are you excited for the new set? The new Magic set? Okay, Blossoming Calm, another 1 mana combat trick. You gain hexproof until your next turn. You gain 2 life, rebound. I don't know about this card. Like maybe it's a sideboard card in some modern deck. You gain hexproof. I don't know, it's kind of like Blossoming Act, but I don't know how often it saves you. You have no idea about the set? Well, I guess it's a good thing you're watching watching my set review. Although I will say, I'm no expert by any means. Alright, Break Ties. 2 and a white for an instant. Choose one, destroy an artifact, destroy a target enchantment, exile target card from a graveyard, reinforce one. Oh, so you can do these 3 things or reinforce? This seems fine. Like, you'd maybe want one of these. Like, it deals with artifacts. I bet in this set you maybe want to main deck it. Because it's like... There's a lot of artifacts in the set that you want to kill. I don't know, yeah. Solid card for draft, but I don't think it's going to do anything else. Caprichrome of 3 and a white for an artifact creature goat. Oh, I get it. Capricorn. I noticed one thing with this set. There's a lot of puns. Like, a lot of wordplay, which I'm very into. So we got a Flash Vigilance 2/2 goat with Devour Artifact 1. Yeah, Devour on a white card. How's it going, Tyndall? Yeah, they basically just like they're like, okay, random keyword, slap it on a card. Cause there's a lot of keywords that you'll only see them on one card. Like it's not a theme. I'm pretty hyped for this set too. I don't know if I'll ever get to draft it, but it looks cool. I am pretty bummed though that Infect didn't really get any new toys, but that's whatever. So this is an uncommon Flash Vigilance. This card could be a blowout. Like you flash it in, sack a bunch of clues or something, and just eat their big dude in combat. Of course I am. I know, they could have given us something. Yeah, Caprichrome seems cool in draft. I don't think we've hit a card that like does something outside of like draft yet. And when I say draft, I mean like Modern Horizons 2 draft. Constable of the Realm. 4 and a white, renown 2 for a 3/3. Whenever one or more +1 counters are put on Constable, exile up to one other target non-land permanent until it leaves the battlefield. This card's insane. This card feels like a bomb. There were 100 Graveyard Hate cards. Yeah, Graveyard Hate and Tron Hate. Like, if you're colorless, you're in for a bad time. My gut reaction is that this is a commander card, but it also feels like a limited bomb. Like, you put a counter on this, get rid of any permanent. Ooh. It's like a Fiend Hunter that you can just keep doing it. I feel like it's pretty good. Actually, it's kind of like that dino from Ixalan. There was a white dino with Enrage that like exiled things. Yeah, this card's great. I could see first picking this card. Yeah. It gets a B for bomb. Also, I haven't really figured out my grading scale yet. It's probably better I don't have one. Okay, Disciple of the Sun, 4 and a white for a 3/3. Human Cleric with lifelink. Okay, 5 mana, 3/3 lifelink. That's fine. When it enters the battlefield, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah. Cool. Or like this would be cool as like a 1-of or something. Not that exciting, but like gives you value. Can you see my... You can see the mouse. That helps a lot. I can like gesture to stuff. Cool. Yeah, Disciple. That's fine. It's like deck filler. White Reanimator sub-theme. Yeah. There's one card we're going to get to in a little bit. That is just reanimate for 4 mana. Okay, Esper Sentinel, 1 mana. There's a lot of 1-drops in white, which is interesting for like a draft set. Usually there's not many 1-drops or like 1-drop creatures. So this is a rare. 1 mana, 1/1. Whenever an opponent casts their first non-creature spell each turn, draw a card unless that player pays X, where X is its power. So it's like it's like Rhystic Sentinel. I'm surprised they didn't just call it Rhystic Sentinel. I can see this card either going in cube as just another white hateful card, or commander. Yeah, this card seems pretty nuts. Or it's like it's just a 1 mana 1/1, but you're gonna draw a lot of cards probably. Some number of cards. I don't know. This card's great. I don't want to play against it. It's another card people will refuse to pay mana for. Alright, Fairground Patrol. 1 and a white for a 2/1 human soldier. So you can pay 1 and a white, exile it from your graveyard, make a Thopter. Huh. I think we've seen cards like this before that make spirits or something. That's kind of weird flavor. It dies and like a Thopter comes out of its pocket or something. Yeah, this card's whatever. Like, makes an artifact. Not very exciting, just kind of bulk filler. Okay, Glorious Enforcer. 5 and 2 white for a 5/5 angel. Flying lifelink at the beginning of combat, of each combat. If you have more life than an opponent, Glorious Enforcer gains double strike. Okay, yeah, this is a limited bomb. I mean, maybe it is 7 mana, but you could reanimate this. Yeah, each combat. So it's like, it's if they had given this vigilance, it would have been even grosser. But yeah, this card, I think they want you to reanimate this and not necessarily get to 7 mana. 5/5 lifelink flying double strike probably will get you there. Yeah, vigilance. Vigilance would just like end the game for sure. All right, next card. I wish I had a better. So I'm basically just screen capping the Chrome window, but like only the part where the pop-up comes up. That was just the easiest thing I could think of. I know other streamers like somehow can like hit a button and cycle through. But this works, it's easy. All right, Guardian Kirin, or Kirin. 3 and a white, 2/3 flying Kirin creature. Whenever another creature you control dies, put a +1 counter on it. This seems like a good common. If you have just a bunch of like little token dudes. Yeah, I think this is probably like a build around common. Or like you probably want a lot of these. Or like you probably want one of these in pretty highly. Download the PDFs, put them in a gallery and screen cap that. Yeah, I bet all these like big content creators probably have people that do that for them. Like, they probably have editors and junk. I have to make my own clips. If I think something's funny, I gotta go back. I gotta find the timestamp and do it myself. Okay, Healer's Flock. 3 white for a 3/3 bird, flying lifelink. This is just 3 Pepsi Hawks from Ravnica, just like taped together. 3 mana, 3/3 flying lifelink. It's if you're mostly white, this card's gonna be really good. Is Devotion ever gonna be a thing? I think there's one Devotion card in the set. Are we ever gonna have like Devotion be like a deck? I think they're scared. They wouldn't have given us like freaking Nyx Lotus if they wanted Devotion to matter. I think they're scared of Devotion. Knighted Mirror. 2 and a white for a 2/2 artifact creature, Mirror Knight. I love the look of it. I think that's super cute. It kind of looks like a character in some indie, like, platformer video game. Yeah. Devotion, like, it dominated Standard. It kind of dominated Pioneer. Like, mono green Devotion was, like, nasty because of the ley lines. 2 and a white, adapt 1. If it has no +1 counters on it, put a +1 counter on it. Oh! Adapt was, that was the Simic. That was the Simic keyword, or the Simic mechanic from Ravnica. Yeah, that ley line was pretty gross. It was like the first thing to get banned or whatever. Whenever 1 or more +1 counters are put on the knight, it gains double strike. This card seems really good. Like, it's an onboard trick, but it's a threat of activation 3/3 double striker. This card seems solid. I think you could play as many as you want, probably. I don't think it does anything out of draft, but in draft, I think this common is pretty insane. Alright. Landscaper Kolos, 5 and a white, for a 4/6 Goat Beast. Whenever it enters the battlefield, put target card from an opponent's graveyard on the bottom of their library. Eh? Yeah, I mean, I think you're only going to play this for the land cycling. I imagine this card will rarely be cast, but it's a 6 mana 4/6. Sure. Yeah. It's kind of whatever. I think there's a cycle of these. Like, every color gets a basic land cycling. Yeah, that's a big booty, for sure. Okay, yeah, here's the card. Late to Dinner. 3 and a white for a sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Create a food token. Like, when I saw this, I was just thinking, this could go in my food cube. Like, this could just be a food cube card. Nonplussed. Yeah, he's just kind of like, he's like, oh, Reginald, you're back. I'm surprised to see you here. At first, I didn't realize the elephant was like a freaking ghost. I really want to see like the full art of this card. I don't know. This card's pretty great. And it might be the best, like, white reanimate spell we've ever seen. Because, like, I think the normal rate is, like, 2 and 2 white, usually. But this is, like, splashable, reanimate, and make a food. Yeah, I like this card. I know I'm always, like, drawn towards the reanimate decks. I think they're pretty cool. Unburial Rites technically exist. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is a one-time Unburial Rites. Yeah, great card, and it's a common, so they really want this to be like a archetype. Probably like black white reanimator seems the most likely. Why is that a common? Can't wait to have like 3 of these. Late to dinner. Oh, I haven't even been reading the flavor text. I will say the flavor text in this set has been a pretty big, like, I don't know, they just always miss the mark. I knew you were set in your ways, friend, but even I didn't expect you to keep our engagement under the circumstances. Just these 2 proper animal dudes. That one, yeah, that card's pretty solid. Some of these, if I find them, I'll point them out, but some are bad. Be right back. All right. Carrying on. Lens Flare. 4 and a white for an instant. Affinity for artifacts. Lens Flare deals 5 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. This card seems really good. What is it? What was that card from Cons? Like Dune Burst or something? Sand Burn. I can picture the art. I can't think of the name. Oh, Sandblast. Yeah, it's Sandblast. But could be 1 mana. 1 mana Sandblast? Sure. That's probably not too hard to do with all of these, like, uncommon, common and uncommon artifacts. I bet Bant would be really fun to play. Because blue-green's mechanic is making tokens. And most tokens are artifacts. Alright, Marble Gargoyle. Margoyle. 2 and a white for a 2/2 artifact creature gargoyle. Flying, you can pay a white and give it +1 toughness. This card seems pretty solid. Eventually, like late game, it could just block anything. Yeah, that's fine. Not an amazing card, but like it does more than most like deck fillers do. Nykthos Paragon, 4 and 2 white for a 4/6 enchantment creature human soldier. Whenever you gain life, you may put that many +1 counters on each creature you control. Do this only once each turn. Oh, this is gonna be. I'm glad this card isn't on Arena, because I'm sick of that life gain deck. All the life gain decks are just flying around. What is this? Is this busted with I don't know. This card is just asking to break the game somehow. It is 6 mana. It's probably minimum. It's probably gonna just be another like commander card. I don't think it goes in cube. And it's, I don't know. It's probably a limited bomb. Like, I think if you pick this and go into the counter deck, or if you just gain life, jeez. Imagine, okay, so imagine you have this card, and then you cast the Glorious Enforcer. It's like, okay, swing in lifelink, put 5 counters on all your creatures. And then if this has double strike, you hit him for 10. Like, hit him for 5, put 5 counters on him, hit him for 10. Gross. Yeah. Cool card. Probably just commander, though. Definitely limited bomb. Out of Time. This card I remember being, like, pretty crazy. So 1 and 2 white, enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, untap all creatures, then phase them out until it leaves the battlefield. Put a time counter on Out of Time for each creature phased out this way, and then it has Vanishing. So it's like a big ol' O-ring for every... It's like... It's just a big board wipe for 3 mana. This card is going to be super obnoxious. It is cool, though, that they're phased out, so when this card dies, like, your stuff can attack again. It's not, yeah, like, if you... You can't really do degenerate things with Yorion with this card. Which, I guess is nice. But yeah, this is a 3 mana board wipe. This card's pretty nuts. Alright, Piercing Rays. 1 and a white for a sorcery. Exile target tapped creature. And then it has 4 casts, 2 and a white, reveal it, and tap target untapped creature. This card, I'm going to go out, I'm just going to say it. This is probably the best white common. Like, you could just tap things as much as you want. And then if there's something really... Like, if there's something that you really need to remove, 5 mana, just exile it. This card's real good. I think it's going to be like a sealed and limited just bomb. This is a friggin' bomb common. Okay, Prismatic Ending. X and a white sorcery with Converge. Exile target non-land permanent if its mana value is less than or equal to the number of colors of mana spent to cast this spell. So this could be 5 mana, exile something 5. Probably 3 mana is easier to do. 3 mana, get rid of something. Yeah, this card seems good. I don't know. I don't think it goes in, like, modern or whatever, but... Seems good in draft. Or sealed. Okay, now here's a card. Resurgent Belief. It's a sorcery. You can't cast it normally. And it has Suspend 2 for 1 and a white. So you can't cast it, have to suspend it. And then it says return all enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. They reprinted Replenish on a suspend card. Man. That's insane. Like, I had a replenish not too long ago, and it was like $50. And then I think the last time I looked, it was like 100. And I like promptly sold it because I that's just insane. But yeah, if you're trying to build like a enchantress deck, here you go. Here's your cheap replenish. And it kind of tells a cool story. I guess Thassa and who is this one? Aroas? I think it's Aroas, the centaur. Maybe they're like they fell out of favor or something. Yeah, I think it's Aroas. But yeah, 2 mana replenish. Seems good. The funny thing though is this card didn't get a reveal. Like they didn't give this card to anyone to like spoil it. It was just like lumped in with all the like commons and stuff. Dang, I would have liked to reveal this card. Goes great in my curse tribal commander deck. All right. Now here's a card. Sanctifier Invec. 2 white for a 2/2 human cleric. Protection from black and from red. When it enters the battlefield, exile all cards that are black or red from all graveyards. And if a black or red permanent, spell, or card not on the battlefield would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. Oh, there's so much. They just like they melted a bunch of silver bullets down and they made a big silver bullet. Like just a giant silver bullet straight at black and red. Like it deals with Death Shadow, it deals with like Kroxa, Dredge, yeah. Sorry, Stinkweed Imp, you're getting exiled. Why can't you just dredge in peace? Because someone at Wizards probably hates dredge, like, deeply. You gotta, like, have someone on the inside that really loves dredge. Yeah, it's all personal agenda. Like, I need someone at Wizards to care about Infect so they can just, like, slip me a little, like, little card every now and then. They're like, yeah, step 1, ban Faithless Looting. Step 2, keep them from playing black and red cards. This card's insane. I would not be surprised if this is like a $20 card. Pretty nuts. Scour in the Desert. 3 and 2 white for a sorcery. Exile target creature card from your graveyard. Create X 1/1 birds with flying, where X is the exile card's toughness. Yeah. The immediate combo is like you basic land cycle this Kolos. Yeah, comes with the land cycle, dude. Put this in the yard. Make 6 birds for 5 mana. You're probably set to win the game after that. And it makes a bunch of tokens, which is what I bet Bant tokens would be pretty fun to play in this deck or set. All right, we got Search the Premises. Premises? Search the Premises. 3 and a white enchantment Whenever a creature attacks you or a planeswalker you control, investigate. Live the Tokenatog dream? Yes. We're gonna get to it like way later, but I love that little Ophi. Oaf. It's definitely one of my favorite cards in the set. Oh, I didn't even say anything about the card. Whenever creature attacks you or a planeswalker, investigate. Eh. This feels like a commander card. It's a much worse Smothering Tide. Or I don't think you can even compare it to Smothering Tide. I don't know. This card's kind of a stinker. Actually, hold on. It says whenever a creature attacks you. Okay. So if they attack you with a couple dudes, gives you a lot of card draw. Yeah, I think this card's actually pretty good. I usually they put in that like one or more clause on cards, but this doesn't have that. So yeah, this card might be really good. It is a 4 mana do nothing card, but I feel like you can just kind of get there, or like you'll get a bunch of value, maybe. Still seems pretty rough. You have to not be dying to their attacks. That's true. You have to survive. If they attack you with 10 creatures, you make 10 clues and then you die. I think this card is way too variable. It could be really good. It could do nothing. So it's probably bad. Definitely commander. Definitely a commander card. Probably not a great rare to open. Here we go. I think it's our first mythic. Sarah's Emissary. 4 and 3 white for a 7/7 angel with flying. As it enters the battlefield, choose a card type. You and creatures you control have protection from the chosen card type. Yeah, this is a bomb. And if you reanimate it, ooh. Yeah, it's like a nicer Iona. I hated that card. Freaking Iona. It's like, oh, you're playing mono blue. Sorry. You can't cast spells anymore. I guess in draft or whatever, or limited, you'd probably name like creature first. Yeah. Nice elf deck, idiot. Yeah, it seems like a good card. I don't think it's going to do anything outside of limited. Like, I mean, you could put it in cube if you really want to, as just like another big reanimate thing. But there's probably better white angels that you can reanimate. Like, you could probably just play Iona. But yeah, limited bomb. Seems fine. Alright, Skyblade's Boon. 1 and a white for an enchantment. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has flying. This is like the, this is just Griff's Boon, right? I gotta look it up. I think, is Griff's Boon 1 mana? How do you even spell Griff? Griff's Boon, 1 white mana. So it's 1 mana. It costs 1 more mana than Griff's Boon. Gives a toughness and is cheaper to put back. Yeah, it's cheaper to put it back in your hand. Oh, you can do it from... Oh, you can do it from the field, too. That's kind of interesting. So you can, like, keep putting it on creatures or, like, moving it around. This card seems annoying to deal with in draft. Yeah, it's got a lot of sticking power. Griffspoon attaches back to the creature. Oh, and this puts it in your hand. Yeah, it's just like different Griffspoon. I can't really say if it's better or worse. It's just different. Okay, here we go. We hit our first of the evoke cycle. I think this card's going to do a lot in Modern. Not going to lie. So we got Solitude. 3 and 2 white for a 3/2 elemental incarnation with flash and lifelink. And then when it enters the battlefield, you can exile a creature, and then that creature's controller gains life equal to its power. So it's Swords to Plowshare on a 5 mana 3/2 body with flash and lifelink. Honestly, this whole cycle is pretty messed up. Yeah, they went real hard with these creatures. And then it has Evoke, exile a white card from your hand. So you can just exile a white card and put this on the battlefield. So it's like it's a free, quote unquote, Swords to Plowshares in Modern. Man, free spells are never bad. Like, if you can do something for free, not to mention, like, you can ephemerate this. You evoke it and then ephemerate it. Yeah, I can see ephemerate getting banned. Like, if the deck really does, like, if a deck gets real egregious with it. Yeah, Solitude, I'm gonna hate seeing it in the future. Definitely one of the best cards in the set. Like, all 5 of those are just, like, straight to the top. Except the green one. The green one, it's like the... It's like the shopping cart meme, and there's each wheel of the shopping cart, and then the green one is that squeaky wheel. I forget, is it Endurance? I think that's its name. We'll get to it. I'll save my material for when I see it. It's still 3/4 for 3 would reach and nukes graveyards. Yeah, yeah, that's still fine. It is weird, it's just like graveyard hate. Or like that's all it does. Alright, Soul of Migration. 5 and 2 white. That's expensive. For a 2/4 flyer. It's probably the weakest, but it's narrow. Yeah, maybe that's why it's not, or maybe that's why it's weak, because it's like so narrow. When it enters the battlefield, create 2 bird tokens with flying. Okay, so you're probably evoking this. Either evoke or reanimate. I don't think you want to pay 7 mana for a 2/4 flyer. that makes 2/1/1s. Eh. I don't know. This card's whatever. It's for draft. Eyes in the Skies. The Thraben Watcher or the Soul of Migration? Isn't that a card? Eyes in the Sky? Eyes everywhere. Oh yeah, Eyes in the Sky. Yeah, it's just Eyes in the Sky, but repeatable. Alright, next card. Thraben Watcher. Thraben? Probably, I think it's Thraben. 2 and 2 white for a 2/2 Angel. Flying Vigilance. Other non-token creatures you control get +1/+1 and have Vigilance. So it's always watching, but it's on a body. It's probably fine. It's probably really good and limited. I don't think it's going to do anything anywhere else. If it had Flash, it would be like that split second dude. But yeah, this card's whatever. It seems fine. It's not that exciting though. 2/3 or 2/4. Yeah, maybe that was like too good. Because it also can attack. Because it has Vigilance. Here we go. Now here's a bomb. I'm ready to lose to this card in Limited. So Timeless Dragon. 3 and 2 white for a 5/5 dragon with flying. This is a throwback to Eternal Dragon. And it has a Plane Cycling 2. So you can go get a Plains for 2 mana and discard the card. And then it has Eternalize for 2 and 2 white. Bring it back as a token that's a 4/4 zombie. So this card is basically like, go get a Plains, and then turn 4 you have a 4/4 flyer. This card's great. A 4 mana 4/4 flyer. Like, that's so good. Yeah, this card's great. In draft. I think in draft it's like a bomb, but I don't know if anyone else wants to play this card. It could go in cube if you need like a... If you want more like of a big white card. White creature. What up, Jacob? Alright, next card. Unbounded Potential. 1 and a white for an instant. Choose 1, put a +1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. Or Proliferate. And then you can Entwine for 4 mana. So you can put 2 +1 counters on up to 2 creatures, basically. And if you have more counters and stuff... Instant Speed Travel Prep. I really wish this card was like green. If this was a green card, I could maybe play it in Infect. But there's just no good white Infect cards. Wizards wouldn't make my 1 mana 0/1 double strike creature with Infect. I don't know why. They just wouldn't make it for me. You guys better hope that I never win a world championship. Or I will make the most egregious, like, Egregious infect thing possible. Oh, I didn't. This card's fine. It's gonna be good in draft. It's got proliferate. I will say. What was I gonna say? It'll come back to me. Probably something. Oh, Tyndall. The one card I wanted them to put into this set was Invigorate. I wanted them to put Invigorate in Modern, but they didn't do it. freaking Invigorate. Turn one. Turn one, land forest glistener elf. Turn two, attack. They don't block. Invigorate, invigorate, invigorate. You wanted Toxic Deluge? Was that not in the last? Oh, that was in like Double Masters, I think. Why not just ask for Berserk? Yeah. Give me Berserk. Give me Invigorate. What I really wanted, a card that would have been cool, was I have Berserk. Just costs 2. Oh, yeah. And it doesn't make you sack the creature. Berserk is weird because it's like also a removal spell. What up, Josh? Okay, the one card I did want to see, or one card I thought would have been cool was like, I wanted them to print like a blue-green Winding Constrictor. Or like a blue-green creature with the Hardened Scales thing. But it also like put an additional poison counter. That's what I wanted to see. That would have been cool. But whatever. I'm only a little salty. Alright. Angelic Curator, 1 in a white for a 1/1 Angel Spirit. Angel Spirit. That's an interesting, like, card type mashup. Flying, protection from artifacts. Whatever. You can't equip it, so it's garbage. I don't know. This card's whatever. I don't think it seems really good in Mirrored and Limited. Maybe this card will do things in this set, but like white is the artifact color, so this might have been better as like a different color. Maybe it goes in cube. Ooh, Karmic Guide. Getting a reprint. 3 and 2 white for a 2/2 Angel Spirit. Oh! Karmic Guide's an Angel Spirit. Huh. Flying, protection from black, and then it has Echo. So you gotta... The turn after you play it, you gotta... Oh. It's not even after you play it. The beginning of your upkeep, if this came under your control since the beginning of your last upkeep, sacrifice it unless you pay its Echo cost. Notably, you can't flicker it with Restoration Angel. Well, that's good. You can only go infinite with Revelark. You've tried that in multiple Commander games? That's an Angel. When enters the battlefield, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. I will first pick this card all day. One of those confidently wrong plays. That's what Magic's all about. You can be wrong, but if you're confident, it might work. Seal of Cleansing, 1 and a white. Enchantment, sacrifice it, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Yeah, seems good. There's probably going to be a lot of artifacts in this set. Or enchantments that you want to get rid of. It's an Angel Shoot. Like casting Flicker Wisp would flash. I know, Flicker Wisp having flash doesn't seem that, like... It doesn't feel wrong. But it is. Angel Shoot? Oh! Okay, I got it. Like, instead of Angle Shoot. Okay, here we go. Solitary Confinement, 2 and a white. Enchantment. This is another one of those garbage, annoying, like, I don't know how to evaluate this card. I don't like them, though. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice it unless you discard a card. Skip your draw step. You have Shroud. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to you. So it's kind of just like you're putting up a bubble. And I guess you're trying to win the game through it. They didn't get new art for this one. What, the seal? Yeah. Or is this a reprint? This isn't a new card. Oh yeah, it's from Judgment. I didn't know it existed. Oh, I gotcha. Oh, okay. I saw the scales, but it didn't click that, oh, that's from an old set. Yeah, I feel like this card's not going to do anything. It's either going to... It'll either not do a single thing, or it'll be busted and have to, like, get banned. But either way, Saffron Olive is already... He already has, like, 50 deck lists with this card. Guaranteed. A lot of Enchantress support. Yeah, I think green-white is Enchantress. It's a discard outlet for your late-to-dinners. You're not wrong. I'm always into, like, obscure discard outlets for Reanimator. One of my favorites is Seasoned Hallowblade. Man, it's like... I don't know if you can hear it, but it is raining. What a deep cut. Alright, Soul Snare. This is a commander card. 1 white, enchantment. You can pay a white, sack it. Exile target creature that's attacking you. Yeah, that's fine. It's like, it's not going to hit things that don't attack you, but it's whatever. I'm sure it'll be decent in draft. Okay, yeah, that was all of white. And it only took an hour. So we're on par. Wait, no. We're not on par. Because there's There's multicolor and artifacts. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, get some more water. Only 6 hours to go. I know, I'm still gonna be here. I don't know how day 9 does it. But yeah, I'll be right back. I need more water. Okay, I'm back. We're moving on to blue. You know, Coke should really like start sponsoring me, cuz like Coke Zero is like most of what I drink now. I gave up regular soda. All right. First up, Aeromoeba. It's a 2/4 or 3 and a blue for a 2/4 elemental beast. Flying, discard a card, switch its power and toughness until end of turn. So yeah, here we go. Madness Outlet. This card seems good. The blue cards are so weird, both in art and ability. Like a 4 power flyer will end the game pretty quick. Yeah, this card's great. Pretty good common. It's a throwback to Aqua Amoeba. Aqua Amoeba. Isn't that a Yu-Gi-Oh card? Ooh, Aqua Amoeba. Oh, and there's Narcomoeba. I really like the art on Aqua Amoeba. Shoot, Aqua Amoeba's cool. This is just a manatee. Okay. Burdened Aerialist, 2 and a blue for a 3/1 human pirate. Pirates are always cool. And when it enters the battlefield, create a treasure. So it's like 3/1 flyer for 3. That's already like a good rate. And then it makes a treasure. Yeah. Cool common. Dress Down, 1 and a blue enchantment. Flash. Whenever it enters the battlefield, draw a card. Creatures lose all abilities. I'm trying to think when... Like, this is one of those cards that wants to try to, like, be a blowout. But I'm trying to think of the scenario where it gets to do that. It's like they... The art implies that this card should remove equipment. Yeah, it's like... Lose all abilities. I get... Maybe it's saying, like... If it's equipped with something, like... It takes the equipment off. I don't know. If it said creatures had protection from equipment, that would be something. I don't know. I like the idea of this card, but I don't think it's going to be good. It's like they flash in and or like they evoke a creature or whatever and you flash this in and they don't. Do they still sack it? Or do they get to keep the creature? Huh. I don't know. I I'm not big on this card. I think we gotta wait to see what it does. That yeah, this is like we gotta ask a we gotta uh see what the Oracle text says. I don't know. It's a weird card. I don't want to open it. All right, Ethereum Spinner, 2 and a blue for a 2/1 human wizard artifact creature. Whenever you cast a spell with mana value 4 or greater, make a Thopter. I think this card's going to be nuts. Because, like, if you're in the affinity deck, you cast a card with affinity, and then it makes another Thopter, so then you have more affinity. I think this is going to be a really good blue common. Like, if you have these cards, you're shooting for that affinity deck. And it makes Thopters. This card's great. It does all the things you want it to do. Filigree Attendant. You could go off if you have 2 of them. Yeah, you could just make a ton of Thopters. Like 4 or greater. Oh, here we go. Here's a payoff. Filigree Attendant. 2 and 2 blue for a star 3 artifact creature homunculus. I know, I didn't even plan that. It's just like they're just beside each other on the alphabetically. But yeah, so it has flying and it has power equal to the number of artifacts you control. So it's like, okay, turn 3 Ethereum Spinner, turn 4 Filigree Attendant, make a Thopter. It's a 3/3 flyer. It's probably not very hard to get this to like 4 plus power. So I'm going to say this is a pretty great uncommon. All right. Next card. Floodhound. 1 blue for a 1/2. Elemental Dog. 3 mana, tap it, investigate. This is Scooby-Doo. They made Scooby-Doo a creature. The thief doubled back twice, doused herself with perfume, crossed the ocean, and still woke up with her pursuer close on her heels. Cool. It's a dog. It investigates. It's Scooby-Doo. Foul Watcher. That's a lot of eyes. I love when things have more eyes than they should. I don't know. I'm just into that body horror aesthetic. 1 and a blue for a 1/2 flyer, a Nightmare Bird. When it enters the battlefield, surveil 1. And then Delirium, it gets +1/+0 as long as there are 4 more card types in your graveyard. Yeah, this is a solid common if you're in the Delirium deck. Like a 2/2 flyer just gets there. I think it's like blue-white affinity. Green-blue is tokens. And then red-blue is Delirium, which is kind of interesting. Here we go. Fractured Sanity. I think this is a callback to something. Maybe. But 3 blue mana for a sorcery. Each opponent mills 14 cards. And then you can cycle it for 1 and a blue. And when you cycle it, each opponent mills 4 cards. Yep. It's a mill card. I'm ready to lose to this. I'm ready to have a close game of Sealed and just die because they deck me. Thankfully, it's 3 blue pips and a rare, so maybe that won't come up that often. I like this art. Ghostlit Drifter. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 flying spirit. 2 and a blue, another target creature gains flying until end of turn. And you can channel it. You can discard it. Pay X and a blue, discard it, and X target creatures gain flying. Yeah. Solid. Solid draft card. Giving things flying will always get you there. Except in Strixhaven, that little 1/2 spirit, I don't think that card really ever gets there. Windrake with upside, yeah. And it's a spirit, because you know spirits always need new things to play with. Here we go. This is my top blue common for the set. Maybe one of my favorite cards in the set. So Hard Evidence. For 1 blue sorcery, make an 0/3 crab and investigate. So it's Crab and Inspector, basically. Like 1 mana, make 0/3 and a clue. This card's gonna be really good. I'm gonna take everyone I see, so watch out. Why is it a sorcery? A creature would have been cool, but I think they just really wanted to go all in on the token theme. So it makes a toke. Makes 2 tokens, actually. The investigator felt a pinch on his ankle. When he looked down, something glittered in the sand. It tells a story, and there's a crab on it. This is a side tangent or whatever, but I saw a video or read something about, like, maybe it was a YouTube video, and the title was just like, why do things keep evolving into crabs? it's like crabs are like everything is leading up to being a crab. Ooh. Here's another good one. All these suspend cards have just been freaking, like, real good. So, Inevitable Betrayal, sorcery, suspend 3, 1 and 2 blue. Search target opponent's library for a creature card, put that onto the battlefield under your control. Then that player shuffles. It's Bribery. 3 mana Bribery. They made all these suspend cards, like As Foretold doesn't exist. Yeah, they're like, yeah, there's no way to, like, abuse this, right? Like, there's no way you can just, like, cascade into it, right? Wizards, what are you doing? Also, Bribery gives me, like... Yeah, I can't wait to Shardless Agent into this card and steal your bomb. I still have, like, PTSD from, like, Power Cube of, like, playing Reanimator or whatever and just having them Bribery my big dude. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I gotta board these out now. I guess I can't play Reanimator. Yeah, this card's gonna be real good. Not against me, because all my creatures are bad. Here we go. Here's the Signpost Uncommon. That, like... Or, like, this is the payoff for all the crabs and the clues. Junkwinder, 5 and 2 blue for a 5/6 serpent. Affinity for tokens. Like, not artifacts, tokens. So all your birds and squirrels count towards this. And whenever a token enters the battlefield, you can tap target non-land permanent an opponent controls. It doesn't untap. This card's nuts. I want to open this card. I want to play with this card. Affinity for tokens. Yeah, it's like... You play Hermit Druid. Okay, you've got 4 tokens now. And then this is a 3-drop. Or like Avenger of Zendikar. I guess you don't want to play Avenger into Junkwinder. But I don't know. This card, I really like this card. And it has a squirrel on it, so it gets minus points for that. But everything else is great. Avenger's nice after Junkwinder. Yeah, just essentially opposition their whole board. Or just tap down other creatures. Seems good. Alright, next we got Lose Focus. 1 in a blue. Instant. With a Replicate. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. And Replicate, you can pay blue as much as you want and it copies the spell. This is going to be annoying. I'm ready to get blown out by this card. Yeah, it's a counterspell. Lucid Dreams. 3 and 2 blue. Draw X cards where X is the number of card types among cards in your graveyard. This card is probably not great. And I guess, like, you gotta be going real hard on the Delirium theme. Yeah. Like, even if you're in the deck, it's like you probably want to draw 3 cards. Like, you don't want to pay 5 mana, draw 2. I don't know. This card's pretty medium. Like, maybe you're in the deck and you're happy to see it, like, late in the pack, but I don't think you're taking this card highly. Alright, Mental Journey. 4 and 2 blue for an instant. Draw 3 cards. And has basic land cycling. Yeah, I would rather take this card over Lucid Dreams any day. And it cycles, so go get your splash color. Yeah, it's like I would rather pay 6 mana for the guaranteed draw 3. And at least I can just cycle this. I don't even need to, like, cast it. Okay, here we go. We might have a contender for the next Hogak. I don't know if you've seen this card, but it's egregious. Murktide Regent, 5 and 2 blue for a 3/3 dragon with flying and delve. And so it enters the battlefield with a +1 counter for each instant and sorcery card exiled with it. So you play a bunch of stuff, a couple of Thought Scours or whatever. It's definitely not Hogak though, but it could be the next Hogak. So like you like delve it, you exile a bunch of stuff. You could easily have a 4/4 or 5/5 flyer for 2 mana. And on top of that, whenever an instant or sorcery card leaves your graveyard, put a +1 counter on it. So then when you cast your second one after this one, they both get big. That's like we have a Hogak at home meme. Hogak was pretty strong. But Hogak, what's really funny though is when I saw Hogak, my first impression was this card sucks. You're never going to cast this card ever. That was just my gut opinion. And how wrong was I? Yeah, everyone was like, ew. Delve and Convoke? And then they're like, wait, this is this is busted. Free things are always good. Free things are never bad in a card game. All right, next card. But I could definitely see Murktide Regent like doing stuff. It definitely has like, it's got the stuff for it. All right, Mystic Redaction, 2 and a blue, enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, scry 1. Okay, fine. Whenever you discard a card, each opponent mills 2 cards. Trash. You probably don't want to mill your opponent in this set. Like with Reanimate and stuff running around. I would almost rather mill myself. If this was like target player mills 2, get him with 1 with nothing. Hold on, I gotta look it up. Discard your hand. Yeah, you go. Mystic Redaction. 1 with nothing. Boom. Mill him for like 8. I don't know about that one, Chief. It's not. I don't know. This isn't it. Whatever. This is a throwaway card. Parcel Mirror. 1 and a blue for a 2/1. Clue Mirror. You can pay 2 mana, sack it, and draw a card. It does what it do. I kind of wish we got a snack mirror or like a food mirror. Yeah, it's a clue. I like it. Here we go. Phantasmal Dreadmaw. It's pretty insane that this one common from Ixalan has just like, it's gotten so popular that it gets its own like spin-off cards. It's crazy. So Phantasmal Dreadmaw, 2 and 2 blue for a 6/6 dinosaur illusion with trample. And when it becomes the target of a spell or ability, sack it. Yeah. It's a pretty cool card. 6/6 trample's never bad. And it's a common. Be prepared to like see this card pretty often. The flavor is amazing. That was perhaps the most terrifying thing I thought I almost saw. Yeah, maybe not the flavor text, but yeah, everything else, great. Power creep, I don't know. It's funny to just see the card get like a spin-off or a reference, because it's not that old of a card. Raving Visions, 1 and a blue for a 1/1 Merfolk Wizard. You can pay a blue, tap it, draw a card, discard. Oh, so it's like stronger Merfolk Looter. Then has Delirium. You can pay 3 and draw a card. So it's like Merfolk Looter, and then it can upgrade. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. Good card. Recalibrate. 1 and a blue for an instant. Return target creature to its owner's hand. If you've discarded a card this turn, draw a card. I want to say... We haven't got to black yet, but I want to say Madness is a theme. Like Blue-Black Madness is a deck. Because they were doing that on the pre-release yesterday. And it seemed good. Okay, here we go. This card, I like a lot. So it's Rise and Shine for a 1 and a blue. The name is a little... I don't think the name gets there for me, but... Sorcery, target non-creature artifact you control becomes a 0/0 creature. Put 4+1 counters on each artifact. Put 4+1 counters on each artifact that became a creature this way. So you can turn... Okay. It's worded really weirdly, but you can make you can make something a 4/4, and then you can overload it and make all your tokens 4/4s. Yeah. This card's pretty spicy. Like, you have a bunch of clues or treasures or food just sitting around. I might put this in my food cube, actually. Or artifact lands. Yeah, if you have... Then you have a 4/4 indestructible. Seems good. Yeah, I like Rise and Shine a lot. Okay, here we go. Here's the first, like, tease they gave us. They're like, oh, you wanted this, like, powerful card? We'll just put it on a creature. So Rishadan, Dockhand. 1 blue mana for a 1/2 Merfolk with Island Walk. And you can pay 1 mana and tap target land. Rishadan Port on a dude. I don't know how it compares to the port, because it's a creature and like has to wait a turn. But yeah, they probably just could have given us the port. Yeah, it seems cool. I don't know where it'll find a home. Maybe it's just a cube card. I don't know. Okay, here we go. Here's our first split card. I wish they had it like better or displayed it better. I'm going to try my best to read it. So it's said and done. Said is 2 and a blue for a sorcery. Return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. And then done is 3 and a blue. I wonder who these characters are. So 3 and a blue for an instant. Tap up to 2 target creatures. Those creatures don't untap during their next untap step. Okay, yeah. This card seems great. And it's an instant and a sorcery for Delirium. Having the mana efficient aggro deck like Death Shadow would port in them. Yeah, it's like they only need 1 or 2 mana to like do things. Island Walk, huh? Okay, here we go. This card kind of made me roll my eyes. So we got Scuttle Tide. 1 and a blue for an enchantment. You can pay 1 and discard a card to make a 0/3 crab. And then as Delirium, crabs you control get +1/+1. It's a fine card. Cue the Crab Rave music. So yeah, like it's a fine card. It seems cool, but then the flavor text. We're gonna need more butter. Ghoul Caller Gissa. Gissa? Gisa? I don't know how to pronounce her name, but maybe it's Gisa. Gissa? Gissa. If anyone knows how to pronounce that name, please tell me. But so it's a callback to Innistrad, and freaking Ghoul Caller. The Caller lady just says, "We're gonna need more butter." Man, I do like the card though. Like I want to play with this card. Discard outlet that also makes blockers that become 1/4s. But that flavor text. Okay. Shattered Ego. 1 blue for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature gets -3/-0. And you can pay 3 and 2 blue to put enchanted creature into its owner's library, third from the top. This card seems good. This card seems frustrating. Shoot, this might be the best blue common in the set. Like Battle and Bury-in books was very good in Strixhaven. And this is just like slower Bury-in books. I keep wanting to call it Battle of the Books, but that's a different thing. That was like a club in middle school. You like read a bunch of books, and then you like did like trivia on them. Dang, I thought we were almost done with blue, but we are not. Okay, next card. You remember Battle of the Books? Yeah, it was cool. Pretend to read a bunch of books. Answer like just kind of make educated guesses about what books they might be. Or like the questions. I definitely didn't read as many books as I should have. But that's that's whatever. So shiny. 2 and a blue for an enchant creature. When it enters the battlefield, if you have a token, tap enchanted creature and then scry 2. Enchanted creature does not untap during its controller's untap step. Yeah, this card's good. You're probably going to have tokens. Yep, that's all I have to say. It's a good card. It'll do the thing. I mean, at worst, you don't have a token, and you tap their creature that attacked you. Alright, next card, Specimen Collector. 4 and a blue for a 2/1 Vedalken Wizard. When it enters the battlefield, make a squirrel and a crab. And when it dies, create a token that's a copy of target token you control. This card seems good. Like if you're in the green-blue token deck. Yeah, this is another one of those cards that like tells you what you should be doing when you're drafting. Yeah, it's cool. Steelfin Whale. 5 and a blue, affinity for artifacts. We've seen our first affinity for artifacts card. It's a 3/4 whale with affinity for artifacts. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, untap it. That's a good common. This card seems good. Yeah. Yeah. Probably don't pass this card if you're in the deck. All right. Step through. 3 and 2 blue for a sorcery. Return 2 target creatures to their owner's hands. That's kind of whatever. I don't know if, like, how good that effect is. If it was an instant, it would be better. But what's cool about this card is it has wizard cycling. And so you can pay 2 mana and go get a wizard from your deck and put it into your hand. And there's only ever been one other card with wizard cycling, and it was Vidalcan Aether Mage, and I loved it. It's like, okay, I'm in Commander. All right, I'm playing Commander, and I just need to go get my my wizard that combos or whatever. I love wizard cycling. I don't know if this card will do anything anywhere, but it's probably just for a Commander. Wizard cycling. I love wizard cycling. All right, next up. Subtlety. The blue evoke mythic cycle. We got 2 and 2 blue for a 3/3 elemental incarnation with flash and flying. So, like, just that is pretty decent. A 3/3 flyer with flash. And then, when it enters the battlefield, choose up to 1 target creature spell or planeswalker spell. Its opponent puts it on top or bottom of their library. And then it has evoke. So basically, it says, like, counter target creature or planeswalker spell. Oh, you're gonna hate this whole cycle real quick. Yeah, because, like, you have to think, like, okay, what color deck are they playing? Which one of these evoke creatures can they play? Like, if you're playing against blue, it's like there's always that threat that they have it. I don't know. Just, I'm glad it's not just Force of Will, because it totally could have just been Force of Will. I guess be thankful for that. I don't know. Force of Will on a 3/3 flyer. Yeah, do they have Subtlety or Force of Negation? Which one is worse for me? It's great. I'm gonna love playing Modern. once stores open back up. Alright, Suspend. 1 blue instant. Exile target creature and put 2 time counters on it. If it doesn't have Suspend, it gains Suspend. I think this card's gonna be really good. It's cheap creature removal. Like, I could maybe play this in Blue-Green Infect. Because sometimes they just could have a creature that you really need to deal with. Or, like, to get out of the way. And, like, what is it? 2 time counters? Yeah, that's plenty of time to kill them before it comes back. Yeah, Suspend. Cool card. Maybe a sideboard card. But I like it. Ooh, here we go. Svelin Svelin of Sea and Sky. 1 and 2 blue for a 3/4 legendary creature Merfolk God. In Magic, the God cards are always good. It has indestructible as long as you control at least 2 other Merfolk. Other Merfolk creatures you control have Ward 1. Yeah, seems good. Merfolk got a fancy new toy to play with. And it's Seb McKimmon. He did it again. Like, I've yet to see a card of his that just, like, doesn't look good. Yeah, he's definitely one of my favorites. I did his he did a Kickstarter a while back for, let me go get it. He did like, it was for a movie he was making. Hold on, I'll be right back. Yeah, he was doing a short film called The Whale, and if you kickstarted it, you got a print, and I thought the print was really good. And it's like signed by like the crew or whatever, and it's got like a wax seal. I still need to frame it, but I really like it. Okay, back to work. Sweep the skies. X and 2 blue for a sorcery would converge. Create 1/1 Thopters equal to. Make a Thopter for each color of mana spent to cast this spell. Yeah. So 6 mana, make 5 1/1 flyers. And it's probably not hard to. Because you can just pick all the artifact lands. It's probably not that hard to cast this for 3 or 4 Thopters. Yeah, this card's good. Alright. Move over, Muldrifter. We got Thought Monitor. 6 and a blue for a 2/2 flyer with affinity for artifacts. When enters the battlefield, draw 2 cards. This card's going to be very good. Like, maybe affinity will come back. I don't know if. I feel like they really won't Mox Opal, but maybe Mox Amber. Maybe it's its time to shine. Who cares if it doesn't tap for mana? Yeah. Like, this could easily be 1 blue mana, 2 mana, 2, or 1 blue mana, 2/2 flyer, draw 2 cards. Yeah, it definitely would not be hard to make a affinity deck. Card's good. Tide Shaper. 1 blue for a 1/1 Merfolk Wizard with Kicker. When enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, target land becomes an island. I guess that's like. You could trigger Island Walk, or. I don't know. There's probably some reason you want your opponent to have islands. And it gets +1/+1. Oh, duh. It gets +1 as long as an opponent controls an island. I just had to keep reading the card. So it's a 1/1, and you can pay. It's a 1 mana 1/1, or it's a 2 mana 2/2. This is probably a 2 mana 2/2 most of the time. I don't think it's a good draft card, though. I don't think you want it for draft. Unless you somehow open the god and you just take every merfolk you see. Ew. This looks like the This looks like the creature from Splice. Vidalcan Infiltrator. 1 and a blue for a 1/3. Vidalcan Rogue. Vidalcan Infiltrator can't be blocked. You know I like that text on a card. And then it has Metalcraft. Oh. So it gets +1/+0. Okay, so it's a 2 mana. Probably 2/3 unblockable. I like it. Two mana unblockables they're good in my book. Counterspell. 2 blue, instant, counter target spell. Now this this card will be fun to play against. All reliable. Man. It's like, okay, do they have counterspell? Or do they have force of negation? Or do they have subtlety? Blue's gonna be real fun to play against in Modern. Sea Drake. Speaking of Windrake, gonna need my Cavern of Souls. Yeah, I guess there's a reason Cavern of Souls is like $70. Sea Drake, 2 and a blue for a 4/3 flyer. When enters the battlefield, return 2 target lands you control to your owner's hand. Oh, I guess this is a reprint because of the cog. This card seems good. I don't think you play it on turn 3 necessarily, but it'll get there. 4/3 flyer. Seal of Removal. 1 blue enchantment. Return target creature to its owner's hand. Yeah, I guess there's a cycle of them. Probably. 2 land is aggressive on turn 3. Unless you have treasure. Or something. Yeah, Seal of Removal. Cool. Here we go. Upheaval. 4 and 2 blue, sorcery. Return all permanents to their owner's hand. Blue got... Like, reading through white... White was like all cards for draft. All cards that like... There was maybe 1 or 2 cards that are going to do something outside of draft. But they're like, you know what? Give them Upheaval. let them play with Upheaval in Modern. Thankfully, I play a fast deck, so ideally I kill them before they can upheave. There's not too much fast mana. Why have this around? It's for the Schadenfreude. Summon at Wizard loves to see people suffer. They're actually witches of the coast. They're not wizards at all. They're warlocks, and they use dark magic. And their goal is to make us suffer. Wonder. They reprinted Wonder. 3 and a blue, 2/2 flyer. As long as it's in your yard and you control an island, creatures you control have flying. This card's gonna get there in limited. Like, just having nothing, like all your creatures having flying. You're so mad and they didn't reprint Anger. Yeah, I was kind of expecting a cycle. Like, I thought we'd get all of them. Or at least some of them. But yeah, we didn't even get anger. Yeah, cool card. I don't think it's going to do anything in Modern. Like, are you going to play Blue Dredge? I don't think so. It's like you're going to give your Narcomoeba flying. You can give your uh prized amalgam flying. All right, that is the end of the blue cards. I'm going to take another break and I'll be right back. Okay. We're we're two colors down. What is it? Let me hold on. No, it's fine. We're like what? A third of the way done, maybe? All right, the first one, I like this card. Archfiend of Sorrows, 5 and 2 black for a 4/5 flying demon. When it enters the battlefield, creatures to your opponent's control get -2/-2 until end of turn. Yeah, like that's great. Like this is, and it has Unearth for 3 and 2 black. This card's a bomb. Like, it comes in. Maybe they reanimated it. Like, I don't know. This card's really good. I will be happy to first pick this card. Speaking of things to reanimate, Archon of Cruelty, 6 and 2 black for a 6/6 flyer. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, target opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker, discards a card, and loses 3 life. You draw a card and gain 3 life. Yeah, this is a spicy reanimate target. And it's a spicier sneak attack target. You sneak attack this into play, they sack 2 creatures, discard 2 cards, and lose 6 life. You've probably won the game. Like, this card's really crazy. Yeah, you you probably just win. Also, it's in Bolas's Dream World for some reason. But yeah, I guess it's like a mini ultimatum. Goryo's Kokosho. Gesundheit. Yeah, this card's good. I think the problem is what are you taking out of Cube to reanimate it? Because, like, the other big things are, like, does it replace Ashen Rider? Like, Gristlebrand is also a reanimate target. I don't know. It's a really good card. I just don't know if it's better than some of the other targets you can reanimate. Yeah, color shifted Archon. There aren't many of those. Or it's like Ashen Rider, I think, is an Archon, but it's like black-white. How's it going, Astroman? Here we go. Bone Shards. 1 black for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sack a creature or discard a card. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Yeah, me and my friends were saying this, but this is the best Bone Splinter effect that we've gotten. It's great. Like, this card's gonna do work. Strictly better Bone Splinters? Yeah, like, buy Bone Splinters. We don't need you anymore. You just got here as I left. Yeah, we're on the black cards now. This card didn't need to exist. Break the Ice. 2 black for a sorcery. Destroy target land that is snow or could produce colorless. Yeah, it's almost Sinkhole. But then if you're playing Tron, or if you're playing... I'm trying to think of a way to, like... What is it? Is it like... there's got to be a way to like break this card, but it definitely just looks like a Tron hoser. And then late game, 6 mana, wipe the board of snow and and colorless lands. What up, Joel? I, I kind of wish. Okay. I kind of wish that it had flavor text. um, I wish it had flavor text that said like first dates with Merit Lage. Uh, don't go well or something. Something like that. Something about like going on a date with Merit Lage. Hire me, wizards. I will give you good flavor text. You don't like that one? Because that's probably what it's for. Like you can kill a what what is it called? What's the original Merit Lage? Why am I blanking on this? Here we go. Dark Depths. That's the name of it. Yeah, it just you can just bop Dark Depths. I should have just looked at chat. I didn't need to go searching. Yeah, break the ice. It's a silver bullet. He needs to lose the counters to get the token. Yeah. I think it's also banned, isn't it? Yeah, it's banned in modern, so so who even cares about it? We're gonna make this silver bullet just in case anyone ever unbans it. Alright, we got Cabal Initiate for 1 and a black. Human Warlock. It's a 2/1. Discard a card. It gains lifelink until end of turn. And then Threshold. I think. Oh, yeah. It says what it is. It gets +1/+2 as long as 7 or more cards are in your graveyard. This card's really good. It's a discard outlet. It can be a 3/3 lifelinker probably pretty easily. I like this card a lot. It's to wreck people who just got their Snowlands in Kaldheim. Yeah, it's like, oh, you're just going to randomly play Snowlands in your deck that doesn't care about snow. Okay. You can no longer just play Snowlands for the drip value. All right, Clattering Augur. 1 and a black for a 1/1 Skeleton Shaman. It's kind of cool. It can't block. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card and lose 1 life. And you can return it from your graveyard to your hand. I like it. I don't know what it goes in, but I think it's a pretty solid like draft / commander card. Cards that care that have good upside. Yeah, it's. I like Clattering Augur. Yeah, solid card. 4 mana to bring it back is a lot, but I mean, it draws you a card. Here we go. This card is very good. Damn. And that's all I'm going to say about it. Just damn. I don't know. There's not much else I need to say about it. Kill a thing or kill everything. Damn. I I I'm okay, I'm kind of they put out a whole article about it, like why they named it this, or like to defend their reason. But like I'm just picturing going to F&M and and saying this to a child, or like casting this on some 12-year-old who came to play Modern. Oh, Wizards. All right. This card is also insane. Black got some good cards. White, now that I think about it, White did not get good cards. At least not on like this scale. Here we go. Dalthy Voidwalker. Yeah, it's that boy. 2 black for a 3/2. Dalthy Rogue with Shadow. Is an MTG recommended for ages 13 and up? I think so. Like, it's fine for them to do it, but I don't know. It's whatever. So it's got Shadow. So a 3/2 with Shadow. That's like already pretty great. Like 3/2 unblockable. And then it says if a card would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead with a void counter. And then you can tap it and sacrifice it to cast a card you exiled it, or cast a card that got exiled with it for free. Like, you don't even have to pay for it. You just get it. So, like, you mill someone's Emrakul or something, boom, you got an Emrakul. This card is very good. At least in Cube. I don't know how good it'll be in, like, Modern, because it dies to everything. But Cube, solid. Discerning Taste. 2 and a black. Sorcery. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put 1 into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You gain life equal to the greatest power among creature cards put into your graveyard this way. I like this card. Yeah, it's a reanimate enabler. It's like turn 3, Discerning Taste. Put your Archon in the yard. Turn 4, late for dinner. Put Archon into play. Yeah, solid. And it's a common. All right, we got Echoing Return. 1 black for a sorcery. Return target creature card and all other cards with the same name as that card from your graveyard to your hand. This is probably the best constructed card like this. Or because it's usually like 2 mana, you can bring back 1 thing, maybe 2. But this is 1 mana, bring back all your dudes that you lost. I like it. It's not good in Cube, but maybe there's some like Modern deck that'll want to play it. All right. Disentomb. My mind goes to the Ixalan card with the pirates, the pirate zombies. Feast of Sanity. 3 and a black for an enchantment. Whenever you discard a card, it deals 1 damage to any target, and you gain 1 life. Any target. This card could be like... This card could do some work. Like, it drains life and pings. I guess you have a lot of ways to discard, maybe. It would be nice if it had a way to discard on it, like pay some amount of mana. I don't know. If you could get this going, that'd be it's like a cool build around. Flay Essence. 1 and 2 black for a sorcery. Exile target creature or planeswalker. You gain life equal to the number of counters on it. Weird. But I guess if you hit a planeswalker, you get the loyalty. Yeah. Fine card. Good removal. Guiltblade Prowler. 2 and a black for a 2/3 human rogue. You can pay 1 life, pay 1 mana, tap it, pay 1 life, draw a card. Activate only if you've discarded a card this turn. Okay, so yeah, like black. It seems like black wants you to discard cards. Okay, here we go. Grief. 2 and 2 black for a 3/2 with Menace. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. Yeah, I'm ready. My body is ready to be griefed. Especially if they ephemerate. It's like turn 1, evoke grief, ephemerate it. Your opponent discards 2 cards. Next turn, ephemerate it again. They discard another. It's like, yes, you're down 3 cards, but they're also down 3, like, relevant cards. This card's insane. The name is perfect. Hellmongrel. I like that art. That's really cool art. So 3 and a black for a 4/3 Nightmare Dog. Discard a card. It gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And it has Madness. Yeah, this is... You're probably happy to have as many of these as you can get. Like, it's a Madness outlet, and it's a Madness, like, enabler. Why is it so comic book looking? Yeah, it looks like the, I don't know, it looks like the Ikoria stuff, for sure. I like it, though. I'm cool playing a Madness deck. Kitchen Imp. 3 and a black for a 2/2 flyer with haste. It has Madness 1. Yeah, I think black-red in this set is Madness. It's also kitchen themed, which I feel like was made just for me. Like, the Wizards catered to me in that regard. Like, it was a big part of the set. Or, like, the theme of Black Red was, like, food stuff. Yeah. Order up. Ooze aspic and jellied Anuridize. Love it. Yeah, also, it's a common. So, like, 2/2 flyer with haste. Seems good. Legion Vanguard. 1 and a black for a 2/2 vampire soldier. You can pay a mana, sacrifice another creature, and it explores. Yeah, cool card. Exploring was a cool mechanic. We should have got more explore stuff. Ooh, I love this. I love this art a lot. Loathsome Curator. 4 and a black for a 5/4 Gorgon Wizard with Exploit. It also has Menace, and whenever it exploits a creature, destroy target creature you don't control with mana value 3 or less. Dang. So you like sack one of your dumb little squirrel tokens and you get to kill something else? Yeah, this card's great. Great common. Older Magic art went in all sorts of interesting directions. The set. Oh yeah, it got some of the old artists back. I think I saw that. I don't remember the cards, but I remember people saying like, "Oh, this is this person." Actually, we're about to get to a card like that coming up. So Magus of the Bridge. 3 black for a 4/4 human wizard. Whenever a non-token creature is put into your graveyard from the battlefield, make a zombie. When a creature is put into an opponent's graveyard from the battlefield, exile it. Or exile Magus of the Bridge. It seems cool. Like, it seems like a strong effect, maybe. Like, you just make a bunch of zombies, or try to. I love the art, though. It's like this person making a bridge out of bodies. I love that. I want to get a print. Try to find a print of this card somewhere. Or maybe a playmat. I think it looks really cool. Alright, Necromancer's Familiar. 3 and a black for a 3/1 flying bird spirit with Hellbent. It has lifelink as long as you have no cards in hand. You can pay a black, discard a card, and it gains indestructible until end of turn. Dang. Call back to bridge from below? Yeah, for sure. I like all the Maguses. Magi? Is Magi the plural of Magus? That makes sense. But yeah, this card is going to be frustrating to deal with. Magi is its own thing? Oh. Maguses? I don't know. Are there any English majors in the chat? Necrogoyf. We got the big boy. 3 and 2 black for a star and 4 toughness. Creature Lurgoyf. Its power is equal to the number of creature cards in all graveyards. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player discards a card. And then it has Madness for 1 and 2 black. I like this card a lot. I don't know what home it has, but I want to play it in something. It seems cool. I like all these cards that like have Madness, but also help act like enable Madness on your other stuff. And it's got 4 toughness. Yeah, it's a good card. It is Magi? Nice. Alright, next card. Nested Shambler. A 1-mana 1/1 zombie. When it dies, create X tapped 1/1 green creatures, green squirrels, where X is its power. It's like, it's an Ava. It's an Ava unit for squirrels. Like, like they're piloting this mech suit. Neon Genesis Squirrel Evangelion is my favorite anime. Persist. 1 and a black Return target non-legendary creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a -1 counter. Yeah. It's persist. It does the persist thing. It's fine. Okay, here we go. So this card, Richard Ferguson? It's hard to read. Richard something Ferguson. Yeah, he used to do old art. Profane Tutor. Suspend 2. 1 in a black. Search your library for a card. Put it into your hand. It's Demonic Tutor. Demonic Tutor with Suspend. Pretty good. Richard Kane Ferguson. Gotcha. Alright, Radiant Epicure. 4 in a black. For a 5/5 zombie wizard, or vampire wizard. When enters the battlefield, each opponent loses X life, and you gain X life, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast this spell. Move over, Gary. Radiant Epicure isn't messing around. So like 5 mana, 5/5, drain your opponent for 5. Yeah, seems cool. Here we go. Sinister Starfish. 1 in a black for an 0/3 Starfish, and you tap it to Surveil 1. It's good. It's real good. Surveil is better than Scry. Yeah. I kind of wish it wasn't. I kind of wish it was like a cooler looking Starfish, but I think they were trying to keep it at like, this is a callback. Look, it's the same Starfish, but evil. I like it a lot, though. Sudden Edict. It does what it do. It 1 in a black, instant, split second, target player sacks a creature. Yeah. Seems good. You don't know if it's always better? Being able to put stuff in your yard is a pretty big advantage than putting it on the bottom. Tizerus Charger. Is Tizerus a place? Tizerus. 2 in a black. 3/2 Pegasus. It has Escape for 4 in a black. Exile 5 cards from your graveyard. So if it's in your yard, you pay 5 cards. Exile 5 cards, pay 5 mana, and put it onto the battlefield. It escapes with your choice of a +1 counter or a flying counter. Yeah, cool. It's like a decent like card to put into your draft deck. Anything with options is always good. Here we go. Torok. Dread Cantor. Me and my friend group were talking about what if they just reprinted him to Turok? And they kind of did, but I don't know. He's 1 in a black for a 2/1 human cleric with kicker. Protection from white. Whenever an opponent discards a card, put a +1 counter on him. Whenever he enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, target opponent discards 2 cards at random. I don't know if you ever cast him for 2 mana. Like, he's probably 1 and 3 black. Make your opponent discard 2 cards for a 4/3. But I think he's worth trying out in Cube, at least. Kick it off Asforetold. Ooh. Is Asforetold going to be like $50? Like, if I look it up now, is it going to spike? I like how it's one word. Oh. Wait, what? Yep, it's like $30. I wonder if I have any laying around. I don't think so. Alright. Torox Canticle. Did you know Canticle is just another word for him? They're just like, we need a word that means the same thing, but isn't. Yeah, there's just someone's job at Wizards is to just search the thesaurus. The costless cards are what makes Aspertold spike. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones. Like every color has some nasty free card. Alright, 4 mana, 3 and a black for a sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a card. That player discards that card. Then discards a card at random. Yeah. It's Mind Twist. I don't know. I don't think this card's playable. Sorry. Not for 4 mana. Tragic Fall. 1 and a black for an instant. Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. Hellbent. Target creature gets -13/-13 if you have no cards in hand. So like, okay removal, and if you top deck it, it's better. It's fine. Not very exciting, but whatever. Here we go. Underworld Hermit. 4 and 2 black for a 3/3 human peasant. When it enters the battlefield, create a number of squirrels equal to your devotion to black. So 6 mana, 3/3, make 2 squirrels is the floor. Why couldn't they make this 5 mana? Like, make it 3 and 2 black. Because, like, it's more mana than the other hermits, and it makes less squirrels, probably. Yeah, not exciting. But I'm sure people who are playing black-green squirrels are very excited. Unmarked Grave. 1 and a black for a sorcery. Search your library for a non-legendary card and put that card into your graveyard, then shuffle. Yeah, last night we were we were talking about this card, and I had the realization that you can't get a legendary card because there's no... It's non-legendary because there's no name on the tombstone. I don't know. It's just a little flavor. Every so often, Wizards can pump out a flavorful card. Higher Ceiling. Yeah. But it's also not a Lord. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the Hermit. I think they could have changed a couple things about it, and it wouldn't be that powerful. Or it still wouldn't be, like, busted. Alright, Vermin Gorger. 1 and a black. So it, like, eats vermin? It eats rats? So 1 and a black for a 2/2 vampire. Sack another creature. Each opponent loses 2 and you gain 2. This card's good. Any like draft card that like drains life, like, I don't know, pretty good. It's a good win con. And it's a common. Vile Entomber. I wonder what this card does. 2 and 2 black for a 2/2 zombie warlock. Death Touch. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for a card and put it into your graveyard. So yeah, it does the Entomb thing on a 2/2 Death Toucher. I like it. It feels like a cube card, but or it really feels like a commander card, and then maybe it goes into cube. All right, World Weary, 3 and 2 black for an enchantment. Enchanted creature gets -4/-4, and it has basic land cycling. Yeah, seems fine. Probably kills a thing, and you can get a land. This cycle seems really good. I've liked the card so far. Oh, spoilers. I guess I shouldn't scroll down too far. Young Necromancer, 4 and a black for a 2/3 human warlock. When it enters the battlefield, you may exile 2 cards from your graveyard. When you do, you may return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Also, they're dressed up like Liliana, which is really cute. I like it. I like the card. I do wish it was kind of less mana, but that would probably be busted. 5 is like the going rate for bringing stuff back from the yard. Bone Shredder. They brought Bone Shredder back. 2 and a black for a 1/1 flyer. Phyrexian Minion. Echo, 2 and a black. When enters the battlefield, destroy target non-artifact, non-black creature. I bet this card won't do much in this set specifically. Because there's a lot of artifact creatures just like floating around. But it's Bone Shredder. Everyone loves Bone Shredder. Braids. Braids Cabal Minion. 2 and 2 black for a 2/2 legendary creature human minion. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player sacrifices an artifact, creature, or land. Yeah, Jacob's been trying to brew. He wants to make Braids work in Modern. Man, freaking Braids. What a good card. It's just very oppressive. Alright, Greed. 3 and a black. They reprinted Greed. It's an enchantment. You can pay a black, pay 2 life, draw a card. I don't know how good this will be in draft. Like, I don't know how much that effect is going to get there. Like, I don't think you want to play this on turn 4. Or like turn 5, play this, pay 1, draw a card. I don't know. I don't think Greed is what you want to do in draft. Patriarch's Bidding, 3 and 2 black, sorcery. Each player chooses a creature type. Each player returns all creature cards of a type chosen this way from their graveyard to the battlefield. Yeah, they reprinted this card. Hey Sads, when will it be available on MTGO? It might be available now, actually. Let me check. Yeah, today. Thursday, June 3rd. You can play Sealed Draft and Phantom Draft. What do I think of the potential draft format so far? Not in constructed. Yeah, I'm not sure about constructed yet. Yeah, no problem. Dang, Patriarch's Bidding. This is a really good reprint. Because I think this card was money. Yeah, the Onslaught one's like almost $50. This was a much needed reprint, and I'm here for it. Trying to decide what to pre-order? What do you mean? Are there different pre-release boxes? I think it looks like a fun draft set. Yeah, I definitely want to draft it. But I'm also only like halfway through the cards. Oh, how many drafts? I would be happy with one draft. Okay, so this is like my sleeper pick of the set. So Scourge Familiar, 4 and a black for a 3/2, Phyrexian Imp with flying, and you can discard a card to add black. I feel like this card is going to do something like. This card feels like it has the potential to be busted. Also, it made me so sad because when I saw this card, it was in Japanese on the spoiler, and I was looking at it and I was like, no way. Does this card have infect? Because it's got like the needle or whatever. It does not. I was sad. Nope, it's just ugly. Dang. You're not into vertical mouths? You don't have to answer that. Okay, I'm gonna. That's all the black cards. I'm going to take another quick break, and then we'll come back and start red. Okay, I'm back. I'm back with wine. I didn't realize... I didn't really understand how much of a marathon this was going to be. All right. Looks like there's a lot of Arcbound cards. Arcbound Slasher, 4 in a red for a modular 4 cat with Riot. So this is basically Slash Panther. So 5 mana, 4/4 with Riot, so you can either give it haste or make it a 5/5. This card seems nuts. I'm going to take every Arcbound Slasher I see. Because, like, when it dies, if they kill it, you put it on something else. This this set is silly. What the heck? Arcbound Tracker. 2 in a red for modular 2 with Menace. Whenever you cast a spell other than your first spell each turn, put a +1 counter on it. Solid. Arcbound Whelp. 3 in a red. Modular 2. Flying Dragon. You can pay a red and give it +1/+0. Oh, this one's an uncommon. Yeah, these are... like, what a curve. You play Tracker, Whelp, and then Slasher. Red seems strong. Like, just looking at the first 3 things. Man. Battle Plan. 3 in a red for an enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2/+0. There's a lot of cards like this. There was like a Battle Rattle Shaman that did the same thing. But this one is an enchantment and it has land cycling. Solid. Blazing Rootwalla. 1 red for a 1/1. You can pay a red to give it +2/+0. And it has Madness 0. Anything that is free is always good. It's kind of weird they didn't just reprint Rootwalla. They wanted to make another Walla. I'm here for the Wallas. I'm a Walla stan. Seems pretty strong. Yeah. Like, you could maybe get a couple of these out turn 1 or whatever. I guess you can't Faithless Looting anymore, but... Okay, here's a cool card, but it might be too slow. So 2 mana, 3/1, can't block, and Delirium, you get to Cascade. So it's technically the cheapest Cascade card there is. But you need to have Delirium, so like that's like turn 3 or 4 probably. This is online. I don't know. This card has potential. I think we should keep an eye on it. For sure. Alright, Brea's Apprentice. 2 in a red for a 2/3 Human Artificer. When it enters the battlefield, make a Thopter. You can then tap it, sack an artifact, exile the top card of your library. Until end of your next turn, you may play that card. Or target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Yeah, I think this is a really good card too. Because, like, you're going to have treasures, you're going to have clues, you're going to have food. Yeah, like, you can just keep pumping up that Thopter. Yeah, it's a good card. I want a compilation of every instant that I say, yeah, it's a good card. Calibrated Blast. 2 and a red for an instant. This is a lot of words. When you reveal a non-land card this way, deals damage equal to that card's mana value to any target. Okay, so you cast it, you reveal cards until you hit a non-land card, and you put all those cards on the bottom. Okay. It's a weird card. It's removal. I don't think it's good, though. Captain Ripley Vance. Two and a red for a 3/2. Whenever you cast your third spell each turn, put a +1 counter on it. Your third spell? I guess red-green is Storm. So it's like you cast a Storm thing, put a counter on him. I don't think this is a good card. I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me. It is a 3-mana 3/2. Okay, here's a weird card. So it's Chef's Kiss for 1 and 2 red. It's an instant. Gain control of target spell that targets only a single permanent or player. Copy it. Then reselect the target at random for the spell and the copy. So it's like if someone lightning bolts you, you can Chef's Kiss to copy it, and then both the lightning bolts go somewhere else besides you. But why is it called Chef's Kiss? Like, I don't know. The card doesn't, the name and the art don't really tell me what it does. I don't know. It could be cool, though. It could be, like, kind of a blowout. Dragon's Rage Channeler. 1 red for a 1/1 human shaman. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Surveil 1, and has Delirium. With Delirium, it becomes a 2/2 and gets flying. And attacks each turn if able. 3/3 flyer. That seems good. I don't think this puts you in the Delirium deck, but I think you're happy to have this if you're drafting it. I don't know, maybe it is a signpost, but it is just a 1-mana 1/1. I don't know. Okay, so they took away Faithless Looting, and they gave us Faithless Salvaging. I wish it was 1 mana, though. 1 and a red instant, discard a card, then draw a card. And it has Rebound. Yeah, I kind of wish this was 1 mana. I don't know if this is playable. It's kind of whatever. I guess we'll see what people do with it. Maybe it's busted. Maybe smarter people than I know how to use that card. Okay, we got... This card was created by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. This is Fast and Furious. So Fast, 2 and a red for an instant, discard a card, then draw 2. That seems decent. And then Furious, 3 and 2 red, sorcery, deals 3 damage to each creature without flying. Yeah. It does the Delirium thing. I think if you see a split card, you take it. Like, if you're in Delirium, I don't think you pass these. Here we go. Flame Blitz. 1 and a red. 1 red for an enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, Flame Blitz deals 5 damage to each planeswalker. And it has cycling. So I think this card only exists for Delirium. Like, you put enchantment in the yard, which is kind of hard to do in red-blue. But what's funny is it's the dude from the Curses, like Curse of Opulence, Curse of Verbosity. It's the same dude. So, like, I want a card. I want him to have a Planeswalker card. Because I'm guessing it's a Planeswalker, right? Maybe? I don't know. This card is cool, but it's like sideboard tech. And it basically just says Planeswalkers are sorceries. Okay, here we go. Here's the flavor. Flame Tongue Yearling, 2 and a red for a 2/1. Kavu and multi-kicker. Enters the battlefield with a +1 counter for each time it was kicked. When it enters the battlefield, deal damage equal to its power to target creature. Planeswalkers are trouble. It is a good answer for Planeswalkers, but I don't know what deck wants to play. I don't know what deck is able to play that, and I don't know what decks like it would be good against. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know what its home is. This card's really good though. 2 mana, deal 2 to something, or like 4 mana, deal 4 or 3. No, equal to its power. Oh, you kick it once, it's a 3/2. Okay, so 6 mana, you would deal 4. I think this card's very good. And if you pump it up anyway... No, that doesn't make sense. Because it enters the battlefield. Guess you could have like an Anthem. Yeah, this card's really good. Straight into cube. Speaking of good cards, Fury. 3 and 2 red for a 3/3 with double strike. When it enters the battlefield, deals 4 damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers. Busted. This card is a bomb. This card is insane. Also that boy. Oh, it's so good. I don't know. Told you it wouldn't loot. Yeah, like, of course it just did the easy red thing, but it would have been cool. It would have been cool if it was a bizarre trigger. But then it would have to be banned because it would be too good. Like they ban looting and then print a better looting. Or a different looting. Yeah, I don't have much to say. It's a good card. Galvanic Relay. 2 and a red for a sorcery. Exile the top card of your library. During your next turn, you may play that card. And it has Storm. Okay, so that's our first Storm card. Seems... I don't know. Whatever. Fine. You could play it. Gargadon. Sounds like a Godzilla, a Godzilla creature. Kaiju. 5 and 2 red. Trample for 7/5. And has Suspend 4. So 2 mana. And then turn 6, you have a 7/5 trample. Seems good. And it's a common. Dang. Like... You probably draft every Gargadon you see. From Lesser Gargadon and Greater Gargadon. Yeah, it ain't no Greater Gargadon, that's for sure. Glimpse of Tomorrow. Another suspend card that's free. Or like doesn't have a casting cost. So 2 red. Shuffle all permanents you own into your library. Put all non-aura permanents, reveal this way onto the battlefield, then do the same for auras. Okay, so you turn... This feels like a commander card. You turn all your, like, tokens and junk. All permanents. Even your lands, jeez. What is this? What's the name of that card? Something Chaos? Warp World? Warp World seems right. Yeah. It's fine. I don't think it does anything in draft. Unless you have some, like, really big creatures. Okay. Goblin Trap Runner. That's kind of funny. 3 and a red for a 4/2 goblin. That's a big goblin. Whenever it attacks, flip 3 coins for each flip you win. Create a 1/1 red goblin that's tapped and attacking. That seems pretty good. On average, you'll get at least 1 goblin each time. Warp World also did it for the opponents. Okay, so it's a one-sided Warp World. Warp World. I cannot say that. I struggle with that A noise. And now you know my weakness. Gouged Zealot. 3 and a red for a 4/3 Cyclops Berserker. It has reach because this thing is going to eat some birds because people aren't going to realize it has reach. And then it has Delirium. Whenever it attacks, if there are 4 more cards in your graveyard, deal 1 damage to each creature defending player controls. Jeez. This card's good. 4/3 reach for 4. Harmonic Prodigy. 1 and a red for a 1/3 human wizard with prowess. If an ability of a shaman or another wizard you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. This seems easily exploitable and very good. And it's a cheap prowess creature. Perf. Beautiful. Kaleidoscorch. 1 and a red. Converge, deals X damage to any target where X is the number of colors spent to cast it. So you can cast it for 2, and then you can flashback it for 5. So 5 damage to someone's face seems good. You gotta play 5 color though. Lightning Spear. 1 and a red for a artifact equipment. Equipped creature has +1/+0 and has trample. 2 and a red. You can sack the spear. It deals 3 damage to any target. Oh, so you don't even gotta equip it. You can just shoot something. I think that's a good card. Or I think like that card's gonna do some work. And it gives trample, so like you use it to push in damage, and then late game you just chuck it at them. I like it. Mind Collapse. 3 and a red. Does this kill a land? No. So 3 and a red for an instant. If it's your turn, you may sacrifice a mountain rather than paying this spell's mana cost. Deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Dang. So sack a mountain, deal 5 to a creature or planeswalker. It still don't kill Oko. It doesn't kill Oko, so it's trash. Next. Mount Velis Manticore. 2 and 2 red for a 3/4 Manticore. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may discard a card. When you do, it deals X damage to any target where X is the number of card types the discarded card has. Huh. So probably 1, maybe 2. This card's whatever. I don't think there's a way to really bust this wide open. It's whatever. It's for the Delirium deck. Here we go. Here's a big boy. Obsidian Charmaw, my favorite Pokemon. 3 and 2 red for a 4/4 dragon. Cost 1 less to cast for each land your opponent controls that could produce colorless. It flies, and then when it enters the battlefield, destroy target non-basic land an opponent controls. I can't wait to draft this card and then destroy someone's Cabal coffers. That's the best you can do in this set, because a lot of the non-basic lands are indestructible. So, but in Modern, this could be crazy. Like, you're playing against Tron. Turn 3, you can cast this for 3 mana, maybe. Kill one of their Tron lands. Drink their tears. Alright, Ragavan. Nimble Pilferer. He gets his own card now. Before he was just on a token. 1 red for a 2/1. Whenever he deals damage to a player, create a treasure token. And exile the top card of that player's library. Until the end of the turn, you may cast that card. And it also has dash for 1 and a red. Yeah. It's the best Jackal Pup we've ever seen. It's great. Put it in your cube. Yeah, the dragon hits any non-basic. Revolutionist. 5 and a red for a 3/3 human wizard. When it enters the battlefield, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. And then it has Madness for 3 and a red. Yeah. This card's good. Play it. Like, it's rarely going to be 6 mana if you build your deck right. Here we go. Sockfoss Reaver. Sokfos. Skofos. I don't know how to pronounce Greek stuff. Arcanist upgrade? Yeah, for sure. 2 and a red for a 2/3 Minotaur. As long as it's your turn, it gets +2/+0. So it's a 4/3 Minotaur on your turn and has Madness. Great. Beautiful. I do really want to draft Madness. Madness is super fun. Slag Strider. Isn't that a term? That's like a British swear, or like a British, like, I think it's a British curse word. Like, if you call someone a slag. Freaking Slag Strider. 5 and 2 red for a 3/3 elemental with affinity for artifacts. So this is not a 7 mana card. 1 mana, sacrifice an artifact, deals 1 damage to any target. That's pretty good. This says finish the game. Like, like, oh, you got him low? Just shoot him. Just throw clues at him. Okay. Spreading Insurrection. 4 and a red. Sorcery. Gain control of target creature you don't control until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste. And it has Storm. So, what's funny is, like, someone on Reddit was like, I think this card is a callback to Insurrection, and it's like, and I think it it's based on Ixalan. It's just like so so brutally obvious. I don't know. I think it's funny. I think this is a Ixalan callback. Yeah, there's a lot of artifact tokens in this set. Like, absolutely. Strike it rich. 1 mana, sorcery, make a treasure. I think this is like for Storm. Like, it just says 1 mana, make a treasure. It's like, okay, Storm count 1. So many of these are very blatant. Yeah, it's like they're very obvious callbacks or whatever. Like, just ham-fisted callbacks. Tavern Scoundrel. 1 in a red for a 1/3. Whenever you win a coin flip, create 2 treasures. I like this card a lot because I love gambling. One, you can pay 1 and tap it, sacrifice another permanent, flip a coin. Why pay a mana? Why not just tap it? So basically, if you win the coin flip, you can sack a treasure to pay for the 1, and then you can sack the other treasure to flip the coin. It just like fuels itself. How do you know if you win the flip if you don't call it? I think you have to call it. Oh, I got you. This probably should say flip a coin and call it. Yeah, that's a little weird. Unholy Heat. 1 red for an instant. Deals 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Delirium deals 6 damage instead. This kills a... This kills... Oh, go. I mean, I don't know how quick you can Delirium, but 6 damage. Seems good. It's just better shock. Or, it can't go face, but whatever. Viashino Lashclaw, 1 in a red. For a 2/2. Here you go. This is your Madness Enabler. Tap it, discard a card. Creatures you control gain haste. So it's like, tap it, discard a Madness creature. Oh, look, it has haste. Get in there. Maybe they'll have a ruling that says heads is assumed winning if not stated. Yeah. Something like that. Hopefully there's no weird, like, angle shooting. Like, well, you didn't call it. Or, like, there's nothing to win. You're just flipping it. Yeah, I don't know. I like this card a lot. Like, if you're doing Madness, you better take this card. Chance Encounter. 2 and 2 red. Enchantment. Whenever you win a coin flip, put a luck counter on it. At the beginning of your upkeep, if Chance Encounter has 10 or more luck counters, you win the game. This is kind of like, this would kind of be like the Magical Christmas Land of the set. Or like the achievement. Like trying to win with coin flips. But probably it's not going to happen. Flame Rift, 1 in a red, sorcery, deal 4 damage to each player. Oh, oh, that's scary. I'm ready to lose to that card. It's kind of getting dark. Hold on, I'm gonna turn on my light. Is that better? Legacy Burn says hello. Yeah, it's like, who cares if I took 4? I probably hit you for 20 this turn. Ooh, here's a spicy card. Goblin Bombardment. 1 in a red enchantment. Sack a creature. Deal 1 damage to any target. It'd be cool to see a deck play Goblin Bombardment. I want to see Goblin Bombardment in Modern. I think this is a fine card, though. There's enough token makers that you can definitely make that card work. Gorilla Shaman. 1 red for a 1/1 Ape Shaman. You can pay double X and 1. Destroy target non-creature artifact with mana value X. I kind of wish that this... I kind of wish the flavor text was just like, ooh, ooh, or something like that. Or just like banana. Monkey. Yeah, rare Goblin Bombardment. Yeah, I guess they didn't want it to be like a common or uncommon. Imperial Recruiter. He's a good boy. Gorilla Shaman cleans up in Vintage. Yeah, it's like, 1 mana. Kill your Mox. Yeah, Imperial Recruiter. It's in Modern. Mog Salvage. 2 in a red. Instant. If your opponent controls an island and you control a mountain, you may cast this without paying its mana cost. Destroy target artifact. Weird. That's a weird card. This is most likely just going to be 3 mana destroy an artifact, which isn't a good rate. And yeah, that's the red cards. Dang, we did red fast. We did red in half the time of the others. I guess there's just not that much to say about them. Okay, I'm going to take another quick break. And then we are going to start green. It looks like we're about halfway down the page on the Gatherer. All right, I'm going to keep doing this for you guys. I'll be right back. Okay. Quick break, because that segment was pretty quick. All right, moving on to green. Joel's favorite color. Abundant Harvest. This card is insane. Just 1 mana. Do you want a land or do you want a non-land card? Go get it. Like, this card is very good. And it's definitely going to see play in Modern. And it's a common. AV. AV? Progenitor Ooze. Gross. 2 and 3 green for a 2/2 Ooze with Storm. It isn't legendary if it's a token, and when it enters the battlefield, it enters the battlefield with a +1 counter for each other ooze you control. So basically, you storm, you make a bunch of oozes, just like Progenitus with a head cold. That's what this card is. Bannerhide Crushok. I want to know who comes up with the names for new, like, beasts. Like, what the heck is a Crushok? Oh, what? This card does a lot. 3 and a green for a 4/4 beast with trample. It has reinforce, so you can discard it and put 2 +1 counters on target creature, and you can scavenge. Dang. Yeah, Return to Ravnica needed something like this. It puts itself in the yard and then puts more counters on things. Seems sweet. Blessed Respite. 1 in a green. Instant. Target player shuffles their graveyard into their library. And it's a fog. So, basically, Wizards hates Reanimator players. Reanimator and Dredge. This set was not good for you. Here we go. Chatterfang Squirrel General. I love the pose. It's like running down the tree on 2 legs. Two and a green for a 3/3 Squirrel Warrior with Forest Walk. If 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, make that many tokens, and then also make that many squirrels. So, like, you make a clue, you make a squirrel. You make 4 squirrels, you make 4 more squirrels. And then you can pay a black, sacrifice X squirrels, target creature gets +X/-X. This card's strong. It's already like $70. Because freaking Commander. Squirrel Tribal. Chatterstorm. 1 in a green, sorcery, make a squirrel storm. And the art direction was draw Batman as a squirrel. And they did it. Chitter Spitter. 2 in a green for an artifact. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may sacrifice a token. If you do, put an acorn counter on Chitter Spitter. Squirrels you control get +1/+1 for each acorn counter. And you can pay a green and tap to create a green squirrel. This card is a limited bomb if I've ever seen one. It's like it's its own engine. I mean, yeah, it's kind of slow, but when your squirrels are like 4/4s and 5/5s, this card is very good. Kill on sight. Crack Open. 2 and a green. Sorcery. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. And create a treasure. It is a sorcery. but you make a treasure. Cool. Deepwood Denizens, 2 and a green for a 3/2 elf warrior with vigilance. You can pay 6 mana, tap it, draw a card. Costs 1 less to activate for each +1 counter on creatures you control. So potentially, you could pay 1 green mana to draw a card. That seems really good. I think the strat is you put a bunch of counters on this card, attack, because it has vigilance, and then tap it, draw a card. Yeah, that's a good common. Duskshell Crawler. It's a throwback to Bond Beetle, or there was some Iron Beetle in Ravnica. One in a green for an 0/3 insect. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1 counter on target creature. Each creature you control with a +1 counter has trample. Oh, okay, so it's a 2 mana Pridemawkin. It's pretty good. Ew. It's the long deer. The deer that got stretched out. This card really makes me think of Princess Mononoke, that Ghibli movie. Which you should see if you haven't. It's really good. Alright, so Endurance. 1 and 2 green for a 3/4 with Flash and Reach. That's already very good. And like, I feel like this is the worst one of this cycle. When it enters the battlefield, up to 1 target player puts all cards from their graveyard on the bottom of their library. Like, not even shuffle, just like, foomp. Just put them on the bottom. Dang. 3 mana, 3/4 Flash Reach. Okay, so this card, Fey Offering, 2 and a green. Enchantment. At the beginning of each end step, if you cast both a creature and a non-creature spell, create a clue, a food, and a treasure. Don't draft this card. Like, do not take this card and draft. I don't think you're going to activate it. Like, maybe you activate it once. Like, you play a creature, and then you play this, and then you make the tokens. I don't think it's going to happen that often. I think this is a trap. But also, I am very, at the same time, I am very drawn to this card. It will bait me. Flourishing Strike. 1 and a green for an instant. Choose 1. Deals 5 damage to target creature with flying. Target creature gets +3/+3. And you can entwine it for 3. It's combat trick. It's removal. It's fine. Foundation Breaker. What am I looking at? It just has houses on it. 3 and a green for a 2/2 elemental. When it enters the battlefield, you may destroy target artifact or enchantment. And then it has evoke for 1 and a green. Yeah, it's playable. It's playable. Funnelweb Recluse, 4 and a green for a 3/5 spider with reach. And it has Morbid. When it enters the battlefield, if a creature died this turn, investigate. Yeah, it's Mammoth Spider, and it can make a clue. Mammoth Spider Private Eye. Gaia's Will. Here we go. Another As Foretold card. Suspend 4 for a green. Until end of turn, you may play lands and cast spells from your graveyard. Oh. If a card will be put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn, exile that card instead. So it's like It's a callback to Yawgmoth's will, but it's color shifted. I don't know. I guess it's for Storm. Seems good. Here we go. My favorite green card in the set. Glimmerbairn. It's a 1 mana for a 1/2 Oaf? Oafy? Let's look it up. What does the internet say? Google Translate. Oof. 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 It sounds like they're saying it different every time I press play. But yeah, it's in a tog, and it's wearing a cute little butterfly suit. I like it. I will definitely try to like draft this deck. It seems good. Alright, Glinting Creeper, 4 and a green for a 0/0 plant. And it has Converge. So basically, it gets 2 counters for every color you spent to cast it. It's oof because they usually fizzle things. Basically. Oof. That's the sound it makes when you kill your opponent with one. Glinting Creeper. So it's a 5 mana 2/2, and it can be a 5 mana 10/10. And then it has long legs. So it can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. That's a commander card. I don't think you're really going to be happy to draft it. Here we go. Here's one of the most busted green cards. Herd Baloth. So 5 mana for a 4/4. And whenever one or more +1 counters are put on it, you may create a 4/4 beast token. What? So you put a counter on it and you make a 4/4? This card is very good. You don't think commander players would have a use for it? It is just a vanilla. Maybe it's more of a sealed card, like pre-release. Like it's just it's a big vanilla beater. So yeah, Herd Baloth, very strong limited card. And it goes infinite with Cathar's Crusade. Actually, I lied. This is my favorite green card of the set. Ignoble Hierarch. 1 green for an 0/1 Goblin Shaman. Exalted. And it taps for black, red, or green. This is such a good card. Like, this card is going to do work in Modern. Like, 100%. Yeah, this card, Jund is back on the menu, boys. Alright, Jade Avenger. I lied. This is my favorite green card of the set. 1 and a green for a 2/2 Frog Samurai. And it has Bushido. Bushido 2. So it's a 2 mana 4/4. Froggy Fighter at the gate. Draw your sword and meet your fate. This card's going to be super obnoxious to play against. Because, like, you don't want to attack into it. Jeez. What a card. Alright, Jeweled Eyed Cobra. 2 and a green for a 3/1 snake with Death Touch. When it dies, create a treasure. Yeah, it's fine. Trades with a thing and makes a treasure. Orchard Strider. 4 and 2 green. 6/4 with basic land cycling. When it enters the battlefield, create 2 foods. So 6 mana, 6/4, make 2 foods. Seems good. Makes tokens. Rift Sower. 2 and a green for a 1/3. Elf Druid, and it has tap, add 1 mana of any color. But you can suspend it for 1 green for 2 turns. It's fine. It's a mana dork with suspend. Sanctum Weaver. 1 and a green for a 0/2 enchantment creature dryad. Tap it, add X mana of any one color where X is the number of enchantments you control. That's spicy. Man. You can make a ton of mana with this card. At worst, you make 1. I like this card a lot. I don't know if it does anything in Modern, but I could see it in Cube or like Draft or Commander. Seems good. Okay. They print another card that combos with Cathar's Crusade. It also combos with Ivy Lane Denizen. So Scurry Oak, 2 and a green for a 1/2 Tree Folk with Evolve. And whenever a +1 counter is put on Scurry Oak, you may create a 1/1 squirrel. So you Scurry Oak, Ivy Lane Denizen, put the counter on Scurry Oak because of Evolve, make a squirrel, Ivy Lane Denizen trigger, put a counter on Scurry Oak, so on and so forth. It's nuts. Like, they printed 2 cards in green. Like, if I can see Cathar's Crusade like jumping up in price, like for sure. Where are we at? Smell Fear. 1 and a green, sorcery, proliferate, and then target creature you control fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. I like anything that says proliferate. I don't think it'll ever... I don't think it's good enough for Infect. Because it's like 2 mana. And so you're probably spending a 3rd mana to pump one of your dudes. So like pump, proliferate, fight. I don't know. I kind of wish that it was 1 mana. If this was 1 mana, maybe. But I don't know. I don't think Infect got any toys this set. Here we go. Squirrel Sanctuary. When it enters the battlefield, make a squirrel. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, you may pay 1. If you do, you can put this card back in your hand. So it's just like, make a bunch of squirrels. Alright, Squirrel Sovereign. 1 and a green for a 2/2. Squirrel Noble. Other squirrels get +1/+1. Yeah. It's a 2 mana lord for squirrels. Sylvan Anthem. 2 green for an enchantment. Green creatures you control get +1/+1. Whenever a green creature enters the battlefield under your control, scry 1. Yeah. It's fine. I don't know how good this card is, but it's not bad. It's probably just for draft. I would be sad to open it as a rare, though. Not gonna lie. But I guess it makes your squirrels +1/+1, so. Terramorph. 3 and a green, sorcery. Search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. So 4 mana, get a land, and then rebound. So it's like almost explosive veggies. Or like explosive veggies. It's fine. It's not exciting. Now this is exciting. Thrasta, Tempest's Roar, 10 and 2 green for a 7/7. It costs 3 less to cast for each other spell cast this turn. So basically this is your storm like payoff. Trample haste, trample over planeswalkers, and it has hexproof as long as it enters the battlefield this turn. This card is very good. I feel like this card's gonna do work. Like some random deck is gonna figure out that they can play this card for free. And it's just gonna eat a lot of butt. Timeless Witness. 2 and 2 green for a 2/1 human shaman. When it enters the battlefield, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So we got a 4 mana Eternal Witness, and then you can eternalize it for 7 mana. That seems like a lot. I guess you're getting a card back and getting a 4/4. Maybe that's a fair rate. That just seems like a lot. But yeah, it's Eternal Witness, and you can eternalize it. Ha 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 ha. Moving on. Tireless Provisioner. 2 and a green for a 3/2 Elf Scout. It has landfall. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, make a food or a treasure. It's like, this is almost what is it? The tracker? Tireless Tracker. I think it should say get a +1 counter whenever you sack a land or whenever you sack a food or a treasure. TBH. Yeah, that's fine. Makes tokens for free, basically. Urban Daggertooth. 2 and 2 green for a 4/3 with Vigilance. Enrage. Whenever it's dealt damage, proliferate. Yeah, it's like it's a different... Yeah, it's Tireless Tracker, but different. Urban Daggertooth. This could have been in War of the Spark. I don't know, I like it. Proliferate. I feel like the +1 counter deck in this set is going to be very good. It seems strong. Give me a Proliferate Storm card. Oh, I would love that. Yeah, if something was like... Oh, that would be so good. If it was like maybe 2 mana Proliferate Storm. Because then like in Infect, it would be like, okay, mutagenic growth, mutagenic growth, mutagenic growth. Or whatever. Yeah, that card would be really cool. Man, now I'm sad. Storm Proliferate. I guess the best thing we have is Planar-wide Celebration. You can proliferate 4 times for like 7 mana. Dang. now I really want that Storm Proliferate card. Where the Spark didn't have Enrage. I feel like the Dino could have easily gone in. How's it going, Lunchbox Jr.? Is your dad Lunchbox? Verdant Command. 1 and a green for an instant. Choose 2. So this is a cheap command. I wish we got more of these. Target player creates 2 tapped squirrels. Counter target loyalty ability of a planeswalker. Exile target creature card from a graveyard. Target player gains 3 life. I think this card is going to be very good. You've been lurking and working? Lunchbox Senior. This command's good. Like, 2 mana. Like, I would draft this card. Like, 2 mana, make 2 squirrels. Gain 3 life. Or, like, get rid of a... like, a reanimate target. I think it's good. It's pretty decent. Wren's Run Hydra. This dunks on Shadow. Wait, does it say target player? You can make them gain 3 life. Countering minus abilities could be a blowout. Yeah, if they like... Now you have to be scared. Like, if you're about to ult a Planeswalker, and your opponent has a green, like 2 green mana up, dang. Yeah, it seems good. It seems like it's a silver bullet with like... What's it called when a silver bullet has like multiple uses? A bullet? Okay. Wren's Run Hydra. X and a green for a 0/0 Hydra with reach. Enters the battlefield with X +1 counters and has reinforce for X. Whatever. It does the +1 counter thing. Enchantress's Presence. 2 and a green for an enchantment. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, draw a card. So they really want you to play Enchantresses in Modern. Dang. I don't even know if that would be good, but it's probably nuts in draft. Like, if you build the green-white Aura deck... Okay, this card I don't like. Hunting Pack. 7 mana. Instant. Make a 4/4 beast. And it has Storm. How many cards are you casting before this? I guess if your opponent is going off, it's like, okay, you're in the Storm Mirror. Your opponent's going off. And you're like, Hunting Pact. 7 mana. Make a bunch of 4/4s. I don't know. I don't like this card. I think you... It's a reprint? Oh, yeah. It's from what is this? Why can't I think of this? Onslaught? Scourge. Okay. It's whatever. I think if you're in the Storm deck, you take this if, like, you're really struggling for a payoff. Quirion Ranger. 1 green for a 1/1 elf ranger. Return a force you control to its owner's hand. Untap target creature. The effect is kind of whatever. Like, it's a reprint. But this art is insane. I love this art so much. Like, who is she? Dang, girl. Okay. Squirrel Mob. 1 and 2 green for a 2/2 squirrel. Squirrel Mob gets +1/+1 for each other squirrel on the battlefield. There you go. There's your squirrel payoff. It works in Legacy Elves. Yeah, like untap your big mana dorks. Now this card is spicy. Titania, Protector of Argoth. 3 and 2 green for a 5/3 elemental. When enters the battlefield, return target land from your graveyard to the battlefield. Whenever a land you control is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, make a 5/3. So you're like Titania, fetch, or like bring back a fetch land with her, play it, make a 5/3. Titania with fetch land seems good. It seems real good. Or big brain play. You're playing black green, and all of your lands are snow. And so you break the ice, kill all of your lands, and have an army of 5/3s. That's pretty spicy. Zeranorb is in the set. Yeah. Yeah, like Zeranorb Titania. Okay. You probably win the game. And we got Yavimaya Elder. 1 and 2 green for a 2/1. Fun fact, you draw the card second. So if you activate this card, if you pay 2 and sack it, you get your lands first, and then you draw the card. PSA. And that's all the green cards. Alright. I'm going to take another quick break. I'm going to get some more wine, and then I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Y'all, we have made it through WUBRG. So next is multicolored. Okay, yeah, let's just go. Let's just do it. We gotta knock this out. All right, so we've got Arcbound Shakira, one a red and a white for First Strike, Modular 2 Cat Soldier. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1 counter on each other artifact creature you control. So 3 mana 2/2. Jeez, so a 3 mana 2/2 with First Strike, and it puts +1 counters on all your modular dudes. Red white modular looks very strong. Like, it looks just like a complete pain to deal with in limited. Arcus Acolyte, a green and a white for a 2/2. Reach, lifelink, human cleric archer, and has Outlast for a green or a white. And each other creature you control without a +1 counter has Outlast. Okay, like, you can make all your creatures bigger. It's like a mana sink. It's fine. I guess this puts you in the +1 counter deck. But it seems like there's not a way to remove +1 counters, really. I don't know. Okay. My favorite card in the set. Because, like, I've been trying to make a food cube in my spare time, like a custom food cube. And I heard rumors that they were going to print this card. And I was so excited to finally get, like, the only chef in Magic the Gathering. I'm not going to pronounce the name. Maybe I could look up a... Hold on. I can find a video of someone pronouncing it. But I'm not going to embarrass myself. I'm sure I've liked a video on Twitter. Also, you guys should follow me on Twitter if you want to keep up with whenever I'm streaming or my random thoughts. I reblog a lot of art. Yeah, check it out. Follow me on Twitter. Also, follow me on here if you haven't. I stream a lot of card games. I'm still trying to find a game I want to stream, like, full time. I stream a lot of stuff. Here we go. So here's the dude who did the art for Asmore. I don't know if you could hear it. I'll print the I'll post the link. It comes in old border style. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know if I like the gold old border cards. But yeah, I love this card. So you have a human wizard, a 3/3 human wizard that you can't cast. Like, there's no casting cost. And as long as you've discarded a card this turn, you may pay a black and a red to cast this spell. So it's basically a 1 mana 3/3. And when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a card named the Underworld Cookbook, reveal it, and put it into your hand. I thought it was so crazy that they made the cookbook. Because, like, I heard that they were going to make her from, like, some leak. And so I was like, okay. I want to try to make the Underworld Cookbook. And then they made it. And I was like, okay. You beat me to it, Wizards. So she has sacrifice 2 food. Target creature deals 6 damage to itself. So I guess the flavor is she is cooking food and feeding it to something. And it's like underworld crazy food. So like if you're not a pit lord, you're gonna die. Like it's edible, but once. Reanimate for no life loss? Yeah. It's a free 3/3. Kind of. Yeah. Favorite card in the set, for sure. Going straight into the cube. Alright, we got Breathless Knight. 1 a white and a black for a 2/2. Flying Lifelink. Jeez. When it or another creature enters the battlefield, if that creature entered from a graveyard, or you cast it from a graveyard, put a +1 counter on Breathless Knight. Damn. So it's a 2/2 flyer with lifelink, and it just gets bigger. Imagine Cat Oven. You got Witch's Oven, and you got Cauldron Familiar, and you're just cycling it and making Breathless Knight huge. Hey, Declan Kai, how's it going? I feel like it's been forever since I've seen you hanging out. What's up? She feeds you parasites, which eat their way out. It's probably more like she feeds you a gargoyle and you just die. You break all your teeth. Yeah, how's it going? Captured by Lagax. 1 a green and a white for an enchantment aura. It's basically a pacifism. Enchant creature can't attack or block. And when it enters the battlefield, support 2. This card's very good. If you're in the green-white deck, or like, I think you take this card, you're like, okay, I'm in the green-white deck. Pacifism plus +1 counters. Great. Karth the Lion. 2 a black and a green for a 3/5 human warrior. This card is interesting. I don't know if it'll do anything, but it like has potential. Whenever it enters the battlefield, or a planeswalker you control dies, look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may reveal a planeswalker from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay. So he goes and gets you a planeswalker. And then the crazy part is planeswalker loyalty abilities you activate cost an additional +1 to activate. So like every planeswalker with a minus ability is now like +1 more. So like if it's -1, you're 0-ing, baby. Or like if you ult, it costs 1 less to ult. You alright? You haven't been around much since Duelist? I know, like a lot of the Duelist people kind of just like disappeared once the game got shut down. But it's maybe coming back. People are like working on it. I'll probably go back to playing it. I don't know. I had a lot of people watch me when I did. Maybe someday. But yeah, nice to see you back. Hope you're doing all right. Chrome Courier. 1 a white and a blue for a 1/1 flyer Thopter. Flying Thopter. When it enters the battlefield, reveal the top 2 cards of your library. Put one in your hand and the other in your graveyard. If you put an artifact in your graveyard, gain 3 life. It's fine. You have to be able to pay the original cost. I'm not sure. I feel like I need someone from Wizards to explain it. Because if something is... Okay, let's say something has 2 loyalty counters, but they have a -3 ability. Do you get to -3? I don't know. There's never been... There's no precedence for it, so I don't know. My gut says that they cancel out like +1 and -1 counters, but I have no idea. Here we go. Next card. I think this card's strong. Combine Chrysalis. That would make a great drag name, actually. Green and a blue for an artifact. Creature tokens you control have flying. And you can pay 2, a green and a blue. Tap it, sack a token. Make a 4/4 green beast creature. At sorcery speed. So yeah, it gives your tokens flying, and then it makes 4/4 flyers. Seems good. Like turn your clues into 4/4 flyers, or your crabs. People would pay good money to turn their crabs into 4/4 flyers. Let me tell you. Next, we have Dakon Shadowslayer. Oh, what? His sword kind of covers up the black mana symbol. I don't know if that was like intentional. Food turns back to beast. Yeah. So he's a white, a blue, and a black. He's a planeswalker. And he has 0 loyalty. But he enters the battlefield with a loyalty for each land you control. Because if you don't know, there was a Dakon Shadowblade or Blackblade or something. He was this really old creature. And his power was equal to the number of lands you controlled. So it was like Esper lands matter. So they gave him a Planeswalker card. And he can +1 surveil, -3 exile a creature, -6 put an artifact card from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield. I like that ult. I think he's pretty solid. Like, the floor for him is 3 mana, exile a creature for Esper mana. And that's fine. 3 mana, kill a thing on turn 3. Turn 4, kill a thing he gets to live. Yeah, this card is going to be very good in draft. Planeswalkers are the only ones in Black Border to reach out like that. Yeah, like... I think Narset does it too. It looks like she's kicking her mana symbols. If you've seen Narset from Ikoria. Next card. Dahada's Ploy. I don't know who Dahada is. 1 a blue and a black for an instant. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. You gain life equal to the number of cards you've discarded this turn. And it has Jumpstart. Okay. So Jumpstart, you can discard 2 cards, basically, and draw 2. Yeah. It's almost Faithless Looting. It's basically blue-black Faithless Looting flashback. I don't know. That's fine. Draykeeper. This art is weird. This art is very weird. Kev Walker, though. He does a lot of stuff. So 3, a black and a green for an elf druid. That's a 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, make 2 squirrels. And you can pay 3 and a black to give squirrels +1 and menace. Man, this should be 4 mana. Like, if the bar is Hermit Druid, or Deranged Hermit, so 5 mana make 4 squirrels that are 2/2s. I don't want to spend 5 mana to make 2 squirrels. I don't know. That's just me. Maybe it was way too strong at less mana than 5. It is a common. I guess, yeah, if you have a lot of these, maybe that's why it's 5, because it's a common. Okay, here we go. I really like this card. It's definitely in my top, like, 5 of the set. So, Either Sworn Sphinx, 7, a white, and a blue, for a 4/4 Sphinx. It has flying, it has affinity for artifacts, and it has Cascade. So basically, you're going to cast this for, like, real cheap, and then you're going to get another big thing into play. This card's nuts. First, pick this card. Please. Keep me from temptation. Don't pass this card to me. Search for Dahada and gather, and it was only mentioned in the old flavor text for lore. Huh. So maybe we haven't seen Dahada. Or maybe I gotta read some of those comic or novels. Foundry Helix. 1, a red and a white for an instant. As an additional cost to cast this, sack a permanent. Deals 4 damage to any target. If the sacrifice permanent... Oops. Dropped my phone. If the sacrifice permanent was an artifact, you gain 4 life. It's 3 mana and you're sacking a permanent. I bet this card's pretty good as a finisher in draft. So let's say you're playing red-white modular. Yeah, you're playing like red-white modular. You sack, like you swing in with your big dudes. You sack them, and you make your other dudes bigger. And you deal 4, gain 4. Okay. Yeah, this card's pretty good. Like, not gonna lie. Yeah, definitely made it work for modular. Also, the art looks very Ron Spencer. Does anyone else get that vibe? Like, he was all about like that, like realistic, like kind of old computer animation. I will say though that Ron Spencer is not my favorite artist. I don't know. But yeah, it looks like Ron Spencer art. Foundry Helix. Yeah. This you're going to draft Boros and you're going to run people over with this card. Sorry. I need to focus. Focus on the task. The wine is helping, honestly. It's giving me a second wind. All right, so Garth One Eye. He's one of each color for a 5/5. Yeah, this is One-Eyed Willie. Man, if they had named him Willie One Eye, could you imagine? So this card is something. I don't think it's good, but this card is pretty great. It's like, okay, so tap, choose a card name that hasn't been chosen from among Disenchant, Brain Geyser, Terror, Shivan Dragon, Regrowth, and Black Lotus. One of these things is not like the other. I heard he was the protagonist of the first MTG novel, Arena. Man. Like, it costs 5 and you have to tap it, so you have to wait a turn. But you get to make Black Lotuses. And that's pretty cool. Yeah, like, I don't think a turn 6 Black Lotus is gonna do anything. You can flicker it. You can make a Black Lotus, sack the Lotus, ghostly flicker, bring him back, wait a turn, cry. I think he's cool. I don't think he's good. Yeah, if you could give him haste somehow. But it is pretty wild. Like, these are reserved list cards. They've reprinted cards from the reserve list. Okay, I need to put my phone down. Get it away from me. Okay. Yeah, like they reprinted reserve list cards. They could keep doing this. Like this they're like setting a standard. Like they can reprint anything they want as long as they don't reprint it. Yeah, man. It would be really cool though to make a Black Lotus. But you probably like, would you rather make a Shivan Dragon to like win a game? Okay, question. If you guys open this pack 1, are you going to take it? Like does not sorry, not this one. If you open Garth, are you going to take it? Yeah, probably. That's on brand for you, Joel. I maybe it's good. Maybe you can go for it in limited. I don't know. All right, moving on. It would have been cool though if they made tokens for each of those cards. You'd want to take it home for look for a brew. Yeah, Brain Geyser is the only one I'm not sure what it does off the top of my head. So General Ferris Rockerick. So he's like Magneto. 1, a red and a white for a 3/1. Hexproof from Monocolor. Whenever you cast a multicolor spell, make a 4/4 red and white golem artifact creature. This card is insane. Humans get another thing to play. It's like 3 mana 3/1 that is very hard to kill. Like all the big removal in modern is monocolor. This card's insane, and I do not want to play against it. X blue target player draws X cards. I bet there's a way I can set up a bot to do like search for cards by like typing the name. Yeah, he will forget in the near future. I should have warned you. Oh! This is Dahada. Right? Gayadrone Dahada. It's right here. We just had to scroll down more. So 1, a blue, a black, and a red for a Planeswalker with 4 loyalty. It has protection from permanents with corruption counters. So it's got +1. Each opponent loses 2 life, and you gain 2 life. Put a corruption counter on up to 1 other target creature or Planeswalker. That's really good. This will win you a game on its own. Like, you plus it, drain for 2, put it on their biggest thing. And so, like, their biggest thing can't hurt Diahadra anymore. I want to open this card. And I want to win some games of Limited. So, -3. Gain control of target creature or Planeswalker. Untap it and put a corruption counter on it. It gains haste. Oh. Oh. -7. Gain control of each permanent with a corruption counter. This is a very good card. This will win you games. Like, if your opponent can't keep playing new things or like enough things to like answer this, it's over. Forget about it. Also, there's tentacles in the art, which I am always for. But not in a weird way. I just like tentacles. Okay. Goblin Anarchomancer. Red and a green for a 2/2 Goblin Shaman. Each spell you cast that's red or green costs 1 less to cast. Yeah. It's a Goblin Electromancer, but in red-green. I love it. Color shifted. This card made me think, or it gave me the idea of like, what if there was a Burning Tree Emissary, but like different colors? So like a Burning Tree Emissary for like black, blue or something. I thought that would be cool. Another one of the like Ikoria comic book arts. This is like the 3rd one maybe. Graceful Restoration. 3, a white and a black for a sorcery. Choose 1. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a +1 counter. Return up to 2 target creature cards with power 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, so like either make a big thing or make 2 things. Yeah. I like it. I'm into Reanimate. Okay. This card is so cool. Grist the Hunger Tide. I have so much to say about this card. I can't handle it. So 1 a black and a green for a 3 loyalty planeswalker. As long as it isn't on the battlefield, it's a 1/1 insect creature, in addition to its other types. So it can be your commander. You can tutor for it if you like Green Sun Zenith. Like, whenever it's not on the battlefield, it's a creature. It's a 1/1. There's so much you can do with that. This is the coolest card they've printed in a long time. And, like, also, it's, like, made of centipedes. It's, like, centipedes and some kind of scale moth. But, like, it's so, like, couture. Like, it's such a nice looking like silhouette. It's so strange. Like, it's disturbing, but it's also very like high fashion. I love it. Like I could definitely see someone walking down the runway in a dress of bugs. Sorry, I'm just nerding out over like art really makes you think adult fantasy. The real question is Grist the bugs or is Grist the skeleton? It's probably more like there's like a super bug that is Grist. Oh, Dahada. Those tentacles. I can't even read it. I gotta look at the OBS. Alright, so +1. Make a 1/1 black and green insect. And then mill a card. If you mill an insect, you get to do it again. And put a loyalty counter on Grist. Like, that's cool. The problem is, there's not a lot of insects. Or, like, insect synergy in Magic the Gathering. Like, usually bugs are very random. There's, like, way more spiders and things that care about spiders than insects. -2, you may sacrifice a creature. When you do, destroy target creature or planeswalker. Love it. Great. -5, each opponent loses life equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Yeah, so basically you just want to mill a bunch of creatures and then dome them. So, turn 1, okay, you play this card, plus it. Let's say you hit an insect. It immediately goes to 5 loyalty, and then you can ult it the next turn. And, like, maybe you had a bunch of creatures in the yard. This card is very good. It is very cool. It also works with Necrotic Ooze. And I can't wait to play Necrotic Ooze and use loyalty abilities. I love that card. Alright. We must move on. Or I'll spend 30 minutes on one card. Lazotep Chancellor. Blue and a black for a 1/3 zombie wizard. Whenever you discard a card, you may pay 1. If you do, amass 2. Yeah. Seems good. Like, I think you take this and you go, okay, I'm blue-black madness. And you're happy. Here we go. Here's one for the commander players. The commander players who wish Tireless Tracker could be their commander. Lannis, cryptozoologist. It would be kind of cool to be a cryptozoologist. I'm all about found footage and like Bigfoot documentaries. That's my guilty pleasure. So green and a blue for a 1/2. Snake Elf Scout. What is it? What was the card? That's the same Coiling Oracle. Coiling Oracle is also a Snake Elf Scout. You only see one other insect in the set. Yeah, isn't it the modular, the colorless modular legendary bug? I think that's right. Or you somehow opened up 2 Grists in your sealed pool. And you like mill one with the other. That's some power. Oh, okay. Whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield, investigate. You can tap it, sacrifice X clues, target opponent reveals the top X cards of their library. You may put a non-land permanent card with mana value X or less from among them onto the battlefield under your control. So basically, it's like Villainous Wealth for clues. 2 insects? Oh, the beetle. The green beetle on the lamppost. Hey, thanks for the follow, Kara Cancel. How's it going? Alright, next card. Master of Death. 1, a blue and a black for a zombie wizard. It's a 3/1. Whenever it enters the battlefield, surveil 2. If I play on MTGO, show me the store. I've never seen the store there. I actually don't have a MTGO account. I haven't had much experience with MTGO. But I know this set got released today on MTGO. sorry to disappoint. At the beginning of your upkeep, if Master of Death is in your graveyard, you may pay 1 life. If you do, return it to your hand. I like this card a lot. It's like it can keep coming back. Man, I wish they would put it on Arena. Like, just put it on Arena. Let me draft it where it doesn't cost me $30. Bunch of cowards. I guess I can't call Wizard cowards or they'll ban me. Yeah, like it would be cool, like just as something you can draft, but I guess they don't want it on historic. I don't know. I don't want to have to make like an MTGO account. Or like I don't like spending money on real Magic cards, Arena Magic cards, and MTGO cards. Yeah, it definitely does look old. It needs an update. For sure. So moderation, something I don't know anything about. Please teach me. 1, a white and a blue for an enchantment. You can't cast more than 1 spell each turn. Whenever you cast a spell, draw a card. This card's kind of hard to evaluate because it's like you're probably not playing more than 1 spell anyways in draft. So maybe it's really good. You could donate moderation with your Zedru deck. Absolutely. It's like, here you go. Here's some moderation, my dude. Yeah, I think this card is probably fine in draft. I don't see it doing anything else. Okay. This card is nuts. So, Piru, the Volatile. Two red, two white, and two black for a 7/7 Elder Dragon. It has flying lifelink. At the beginning of your upkeep, sack it unless you pay red, white, black. So 8 mana, 7/7 upkeep cost. And whenever it dies, it deals 7 damage to each non-legendary creature. So it has lifelink, right? So when it dies and it deals 7 to everything, you're gonna gain like 49 life. Like, it works that way, right? Like, if this dies, if your opponent plays this card and it dies, you lose the game. You're not winning. Like, this is probably the best reanimate target in the set. And I cannot wait to lose to it. They're like, okay, I'm not going to pay. I'm just going to let it die. Board wipe, gain. It's like I'm sitting there with my 15 squirrel tokens. And they gain 105 life. See, Wizards, this is why you need to print more infect cards. Life gain is a problem. That's my hot take. If you remember nothing from, or if you like take nothing from my stream, if you only take one thing away from my stream, let it be that. There we go. There's the words. All right, Priest of the Fell Rites. A white and a black for a 2/2 human warlock. I'm loving her hat. I'm loving her outfit. So you can tap it, pay 3 life, sack it, and you can reanimate a creature from your graveyard as a sorcery. And then you can unearth it for 3, a white and a black. This card's basically creature Unburial Rites. Yeah, it's just like Unburial Rites on a stick. I dig it. Prophetic Titan. 4, a blue and a red for a 4/4 giant wizard. I love the concept of a giant wizard. A tiny wizard would also be funny. It has Delirium. If you have 4 creature type or 4 card types in your yard, you can pick both of these. So ETB, it deals 4 damage to any target. Or look at the top 4 cards of your library, put 1 into your hand and the rest on the bottom. And if you have Delirium, you do both. Am I going to buy Modern 2 Horizons boxes or open? I'm trying to get my friends to buy the boxes so we can draft them. But I, at like minimum, like bare minimum, want to do like a pre-release box. Or like get to pre-release. I'm actually unemployed right now, so it's kind of hard to like... It's kind of hard to rationalize buying a $300 box of Magic cards just to bust. It would be cool. Like if I had enough like subscribers or whatever where I could just like bust a box of Modern Horizons. You pulled the trigger on a box? Good. Good. It's all coming together. Make my wealthy friends buy Magic cards. So, okay. Soapbox. The problem is, it's supposed to be a print to command set. Or, not command. Print to demand. And they're trying to sell it at like $300 a box, which is crazy. Like, I don't want to pay that much for a box that supply is like infinite. I don't know. It's pretty messed up. But the set looks so cool. Like, it looks like a really fun set to play with. Yeah, it's a print to demand set. Like, it's not a master's set. It's like any other standard set, basically. So like they'll keep printing it as the need grows. But yeah, it's not like double masters or modern masters where like they're only printing this much and then after that it's done. Like this set is print to demand. But they're probably going to put all their product on Amazon and then it's going to get scalped by scalpers. How much? It's that like couple months. Um I don't know. It's just like so hard to say. Like I'm hoping the price would go down, but I don't think it will. I don't know. I'm also not like an expert like a what is it? What's it called? Economics? It just the set's really cool and it would be really fun to draft it. It's just kind of hard to pay for a box right now. Yeah, I'm not an MTG finance boy. I bring other things to the table, like hot takes and yeah, it's like I don't know. I would say it's probably not going to go down in price. Like it's probably going to be like 240 to 300. So try to buy one as low as you can. But potentially once like once card shops like open back up, maybe you can just go there and draft it cuz like they can get it for cheaper. That's the dream. Like have card shops open back up and go and draft Modern Horizons 2 probably for like 20 something dollars. Set booster for 400 and draft for 350. No, thank you. Yeah, like that's insane. Cuz this set it's not a master's set. It's print to demand. I would say if you can get it for under 300, that's probably the best you're going to do. But again, I'm not a finance person. Do not do not come after me. I do want to draft the set though. The set looks really cool. Oh yeah, MSRP. I remember when Wizards murdered MSRP. It was a public execution. It was a very grim day. Okay, sorry. I'm going to continue. Man, these two glasses of wine just like just took a beeline to my brain. All right. Rakdos Headliner. Black and a red for a 3/3 devil. Haste. Huh. Echo, discard a card. Ugh. So turn 2, 3/3 haste. Turn 3, discard a card. Cast a madness creature, maybe. This card is very good. This is a beater, if I've ever seen one. I'm ready. My body is ready to be run over by this card. And it's potentially good in Cube. Maybe there's a modern deck for it. But like this is definitely a good draft card. A 2-mana 3/3 haste, and the downside is not that big. It's a good card. Here we go. Ravenous Squirrel. You can pay a black or a green for a 1/1 squirrel. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact or creature, put a +1 counter on it. You can pay a black, a green, and a colorless, or sorry, generic, to sacrifice an artifact or creature, gain a life, and draw a card. This card's really good. If you open this card, you take it, and then you're going black-green. Or you don't even have to go black. You can go blue-green tokens. I think Ravenous Squirrel is really good. Pre-release packs are pre-selling for $62. That's like $10 a pack. Come on. That ain't cool. I definitely didn't think about that. I thought it would be cheaper. Alright, so we got our... I think this is the only Aftermath card. I think the Aftermath cards are always like blank to blank. So this is like Road to Ruin. I think that's how that works. You're expecting 55 for the pre-release? We need laws to regulate gaming addictive cardboard games. You gotta be 18 or up if you want to buy a pack of Magic cards. That's gambling. You're going to jail if you're underage buying Magic cards. Okay, so Road to Ruin. Instant. Search your library for a basic land card and put it onto the battlefield tapped. Then shuffle. 3 mana, get a thing. Instant speed. And then Ruin. 1 and 2 red. Sorcery. Deals damage to target creature equal to the number of lands you control. This card's pretty good. It's like they want you to buy singles, basically. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. Like, I just want to buy singles. I would like to draft the set once. And then that's probably it. So I have to think about the dream. Like, what do I really want to draft and do? Right now I'm leaning towards blue-green. Because blue-green is junk. It's like the archetype is junk tokens. So you're just making a bunch of random tokens and doing stuff with them. I feel like they actually don't want you to buy singles. They want you to buy that sealed product. If you buy singles, then Wizards loses. They want you to buy the collector boosters. For that hit of dopamine. Have you seen what people are listing like the old border cards for? Like old border Force of Negation is like $400. Like that's almost tempting to buy a collector booster. I don't know. It's hard to spend money right now just because I'm unemployed. And not supported through Twitch yet. Maybe someday. Alright, Storm God's Oracle. 1 a blue and a red for a 1/3 enchantment creature, human shaman. You can pay 1. It gets +1/-1 until end of turn. When it dies, it deals 3 damage to any target. So you could basically pay 3 mana and kill it and deal 3 to any target. Or like, you could probably trade up. You could like trade up with something and then deal 3 to something else. This card's pretty good at a common for a Delirium set. You pulled a Force of Will foil on VIP. That's insane. Hell yeah. Like the full art or like the borderless Double Masters card. Man, that's awesome. I think the best thing I pulled from Double Masters was Vengevine. And I was very sad. And like someone else, one of our other friends pulled like a Mana Crypt and a Jace. Like concentrated value into one person. All right. Sithis Harvest's Hand. Sorry. My ability to read is like diminished. You got a Mana Crypt too? Wow. Cause like VIP is like $100, $120. Yeah, you came out very well. That's awesome. I was too scared to buy a VIP booster. So Sithis Harvest's Hand, green and a white for a 1/2 enchantment creature Nymph. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, you gain a life and draw a card. Here we go. Enchantress's got another creature. You open 6 packs? 6 VIP packs? Are you some sort of millionaire that can afford all these VIP packs? It would be really fun though. I wish I did buy one. Like just pull the trigger. You just believe in the heart of the cards. I definitely have like a gambling problem. Or like I definitely would have a gambling problem if I gambled. I just like to buy sealed packs. Okay, Terminal Agony, 2 a black and a red for a sorcery. Destroy target creature. Madness, black and a red. Yeah. Nice. I dig it. Territorial Kavu. It kind of looks like its arm is coming out of its mouth. A little bit? It's got 3 arms. That's weird. Oh, maybe this is an arm too? This art is strange. But it's a red and a green for a star. And its power and toughness is equal to the number of basic land types among lands you control. So it's a 2 mana 2/2 at the minimum. Or I guess in basic land types. Oh, so if you do this with a non-basic land, it's going to be a 1/1. But it could be a 5/5. 2 mana 5/5. Whenever it attacks, choose 1, discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Or exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. A lot of graveyard hate. This set is just graveyard hate. Somebody made a comment to clarify the long name Chef Wizard. Asmorano Mardica Destina Koldakar. Asmorano Martika Destina Koldakar. That actually helps a lot. Like if you break it down. Give me the hooked on phonics of the underworld. Oh yeah, I talked about that card earlier. I don't know if you were here yet. Wave Sifter. It's new Muldrifter, baby. Wave Sifter. 3 a green and a blue for a 3/2 flying fish. Or flying elemental. Whenever it enters the battlefield, investigate twice. And it evokes for a green and a blue. I think it's good. I think this card is going to do things. Like, it's not quite Muldrifter, but it's like... I would say it's almost as good as Muldrifter. That could have been 4 character names, but they got smashed together. The funniest thing is that it's like... The reason you can't cast it, or the reason it doesn't have a casting cost, is because there was no room. It filled up the whole card. And that's beautiful. Like, that's a card I would have made. But yeah, Wave Sifter, I love it. It's going places. Alright, here's a really cool commander card. Yusri, Fortune's Flame. 1, a blue and a red for a 2/3 Efreet with flying. Whenever it attacks... Okay. I'm ready to die to this card. I'm ready to cast it turn 3, swing turn 4, and flip 5 coins. Flip, choose a number between 1 and 5. Flip that many coins. For each flip you win, draw a card. For each flip you lose, deal 2 damage to yourself. And if you won 5 flips, you may cast spells from your hand without paying their mana cost. This card was meant for me. I am all about it. Like, I'm gonna choose 5 every time. Yeah, it's a very fun card. I love it. Did I ever see the longest name elemental? Oh, the uncard? Yeah, I've seen that one. It like wraps around the border. The frame. Yeah, I've seen that one. Chainer, Nightmare Adept. 2 black and a red for a 3/2. It's interesting that they put this into Modern. Like, this was a commander card. I like it. I don't know what it's going to do. I'll definitely draft it. Like, if I open this, I'll definitely take it. Fire and Ice. They reprinted Fire and Ice. Cool. Madness and Reanimator? Yeah. Yeah, like, that's what I want to do. Sign me up. Fire and Ice. Cool. Mirari's Wake. I don't think this is going to get played in Modern, but it maybe needed a reprint, because I bet it... I'm not sure how much money it was. Let me check. Let's see. Scryfall. Yeah, it's like a $30 card. Or 20. And 20 to 30. It needed a reprint. For sure. Shardless Agent. I don't know what this card's going to do. 3 mana 2/2 would Cascade. Cascade into all the new Suspend cards that they made. What are they doing? Wizards? What are you doing? Sterling Grove. Green and a white for an enchantment. Other enchantments you control have Shroud. And you can pay 1 to sacrifice it. Search your library for an enchantment card, reveal it, then shuffle that card and put it on top. Yeah, this is a commander. This is your Enchantress commander deck. It's fine. I don't think this is going to do anything in limited. Vindicate. 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 You can just destroy a permanent for 3 mana. They use the old art too. It's like very space themed. Vindicate. Prepare to get vindicated in Modern. This is definitely playable. And that's all the multicolored. Time for another break. And then I think all that's left is artifacts and lands. We're almost done. This is the home stretch. Yeah, just destroy anything. Okay. Quick break. Weatherlight versus Predator. Quick break, and then I will be right back. And I guess I could probably just knock it all out, because there's not that many lands. Yeah, quick break, and then we're going to finish this set review. Okay, I'm back. Okay, real talk. I remember seeing someone on Twitter like say, "Hey, are there tokens for these cards? Like tokens for Garth?" And someone from Wizards was like, "No, we don't make tokens of cards." And everyone was like, what about Llanowar Mentor?" Or like, you definitely do. Just like if you don't want to, just say that. Man, like imagine if they had printed a Black Lotus token. Is that like, is that writing the line too closely of like the reserve list? Yeah, it's like, so I'm just casting a fake, an imaginary copy of this card. If I was them, I would have done it. I would have been like, yeah, here's a Black Lotus token. And everyone would have lost their mind. Because then, like, you can use the token in place of a Black Lotus for your cube or whatever. Yeah. I'm I'm sure you could find some proxies, maybe. Some proxies of Black Lotus. They're encouraging counterfeits now. Probably. All right, let's start off the artifacts. And probably my favorite one that I want to build around, we've got the Academy Manufactor. 3 mana for a 1/3 artifact creature assembly worker. If you would create a clue, a food, or a treasure, you make all three instead. Like, I want to play with this card so badly. Like, I think the biggest thing you could do is cast this card. So turn 6, you have 6 mana. You cast Academy Manufactor, and then you cast uh Fey Offering or whatever. That green card that we looked at like 2 hours ago. And so you do that, and then you make 9. You make 3 food, 3 clues, 3 treasure. That's the dream. That's all I want to do. Also, if you have 2 of these out and you make a like 1 food, clue, or treasure, you'll make 9. Or you'll make 3 of each. I love this card. I want to build like a modern deck with it maybe. Question? You, do you have a question for me? If you play Garth One Eye? I'm going to say yes. Like if you make a token of the card, it'll make a token and it'll appear on the battlefield. It would be the same for Arena. So yeah, they probably should have made the token like a physical token. Wizards, wizards, wizards. Please sponsor me though, Wizards. do they Do they not make a real token? No. There's no Garth One-Eye tokens. You just have to know what those 5 or 6 cards do. Tokens online, you don't have to own them? No. It should just make it. Like, I don't think you have to... Yeah, you don't have to have, like, a pile of tokens. Or, like, a... You don't have to collect them on MTGO. That'd be pretty messed up. Self-assembler can get Academy Manufactor. But yeah, I think my friend was talking to me about Academy Manufactor and Cauldron Familiar Witch's Oven. So basically, every time you loop the cat, you'll make a clue and a treasure. Which is, like, pretty good. Lawsuit against Wizard incoming. Where's my token? Where's my Black Lotus token? I think if they did print the tokens, then they would get sued. Because of all the whales that are, like, sitting on a bunch of alpha cards. Alright. Altar of the Goyf. Altar of the Goyf. 5 mana artifact. It counts as a Lurgoyf. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of card types among cards in all graveyards. Lurgoyf creatures you control have trample. I think you take this card when you're playing Red-Blue Delirium. If they put the token on the name. Yeah, they could do Black Lotus token. Or Black Lotus token somewhere. They could have done it. They should have done it. This card's cool with if you somehow have this and Necrogoyf. It could be cool. I almost wish that this would have been cheaper. It's cool. I think it's fine on its own, but I think it's for the blue-red deck. Here we go. Batterbone. Batterskull's Tiny Son. 2 mana, living weapon. Equipped creature gets +1/+1, vigilance, and lifelink. So 2 mana, make a 1/1, vigilance, lifelink. It's fine. It would have been, if it was a 2/2, that would maybe be cooler. 2 mana, 1/1. It's kind of whatever. Lifelink and vigilance, sure. Like maybe your modular stuff would like power this up a lot. What format is it legal? Probably just Vintage and Cube. Black Vintage. Black Lotus. It is restricted in Vintage, so you can only have like 1 probably, and it's banned and not legal everywhere else. Yeah, you can't play it in Commander, but now you can. Alright, Bottle Golems. 4 mana. Oh, they're so cute. No! they're gonna drink him. 4 mana for a 3/3 golem with trample. When it dies, you gain life equal to its power. reinforcements, and refreshments. It's banned in Commander. It's banned, so you can't play it in your deck, but because you cast a copy, you can play the copy. You're just banned from putting it in your 99 cards. I don't know. It's weird. It's still not that great. Like, turn 6, Black Lotus. Maybe you can cheat it out. Like, you can entomb. Okay, turn 1, entomb the one-eye guy. Turn 2, reanimate him. Turn 3, got a Lotus. Or you can bring to light him. But that's still turn 5. I don't know. You really want to give him haste. Brainstone. 1 mana. Artifact. You can pay 2, tap, sack it. Draw 3 cards and put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order. It brainstorms. It's a stone. Okay. This is comic gold. Like, this is the funniest card in the set. Dermotaxi. 2 mana, artifact vehicle. Imprint. As it enters the battlefield, exile a creature card from a graveyard. And then you can tap 2 untapped creatures you control. Dermotaxi becomes a copy of the exiled creature. Except it's a vehicle. Like, it's freaking taxidermy. You're riding a stuffed mammoth into battle. It's so good. It's like, it's so funny and so clever that it just makes you mad. Dermotaxi. Amazing. Comedy gold. I'm mad that I did not create that card myself. Alright, Diamond Lion. 2 mana. 2/2. Artifact creature cat. Tap it, discard your hand, sacrifice it. Add 3 mana of any one color. Activate only as an instant. That line of text is very odd. Like, is there a time you can activate it not as an instant? Like, what does that mean, Wizards? Why even put that text on there? Activate only as an instant. Also, they should have called it Diamond Eye Lion. But whatever. It's a callback to Lion's Eye Diamond. This card's too big brain for me. I'm sure it's, like, okay. But, I don't know. It being a creature and having to wait a turn to tap, there's no telling, like, how good it can be. So, it's for... Typically, Lion's Eye Diamond is for Storm. So, you, like, cast Wheel of Fortune, and then you sack your Lion's Eye Diamond, and like you have to discard your hand anyways, and then Wheel of Fortune hits the stack, and then you draw 7 new cards. Yeah, so it's basically just for Storm, for wheel effects. It doesn't work as fast as mana speed. Oh, so it's like... It's not a mana ability? Maybe? I don't know. This card's too big brain for me. My smooth ass brain. Fodder Tosser. 3 mana for an artifact. Often used for flashback. Oh, that too. Yeah, you can like discard your hand, make 3 mana, flashback. But yeah, it's a storm card. Like, you're just doing storm things. Tap, discard a card, deals 2 damage to target player or planeswalker. Great. I love it. It does the things you want to do. Here we go. Kaldra Compleate. 7 mana. The only thing I have against this card is that the shield kind of blends into the sky. Like, I think the sky should have been like a different color. But like, this right here is the shield. I don't know if you can see it. Like, this is the shield of Kaldra. And it's got the sword and the helmet. Oh, it's pronounced like complete. Complete. That's much easier. So 7 mana, living weapon, legendary artifact, equipment. Indestructible. Equipped creature has +5/+5. First strike, trample, indestructible, haste. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a creature, exile it. Bomb. Limited bomb. If you open this card, take it. Like, it's colorless. Please take this card. There's talk of it potentially being potentially going into Stoneforge Mystic decks. Like, the problem is, I don't know if it's better than Batterskull. Like, it's different. But it is a 5/5 with haste. And it's indestructible. And the germ is indestructible. This card is very good. And I love it. Liquid Metal Torque. 2 mana, artifacts. Taps for a colorless. And target non-land permanent becomes an artifact. So, it's like a mana rock and liquid metal coating, but you can't target lands. It's fine. I mean, I'll take it. It basically counts as 2 mana towards affinity. Here's the real big brain. Like, here's the real, like, magical Christmas land. You have all 3 pieces of Kaldra, and you make the token, and then you equip Kaldra Complete to old Kaldra. And then you can't lose. Hopefully you can't lose. That's the dream. Just like the absolute nut button. You can retire from Magic the Gathering if you manage to do that. Alright. Monoskellion. Just one Skellion. For 2 mana for a 1/1. Enters the battlefield with a +1 counter. And you can remove a counter to deal 1 damage to any target. Yep. It's fine. It's Triskelion, but 1. It could be a cool card in like the counters deck. Like, if you could put a bunch of modular counters on this and just like start like blasting. Oh, I really love the mirrors. The mirrors are super cute. Give me like a video game where I can play as a cute little mirror. And I'm set. Alright, Mirror Scrappling. 1 mana for a 1/1 artifact creature mirror. You can sacrifice it to put a +1 counter on target creature. Oh no! They're useful creatures, but quite replaceable. I find it best not to get too attached. Oh, no. I'm definitely going to get attached. All right, Nettle Cyst. It's got a gross name, but 3 mana living weapon. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each artifact or enchantment you control. So basically, it's a equipment with the all that glitters text. Yeah, I think this is a bomb in this set. Like, as many tokens that are flying around, like what is it? Blue white is affinity for artifacts. I think this card is going to be really good. And it's only equipped 2. Like, so usually back in my day as an elderly man, living weapons always were like, their equip cost was very high. So basically you didn't want to lose the germ that it was attached to. But this one is equipped too. Like, you could put this on a flyer, put this on anything, like with lifelink. This is going to be a very good card for limited. Speaking of flyers, what if they put an Ornithopter and a Birds of Paradise and just smashed them together? You got a 2 mana 0/2 flyer and it can tap for any color of mana. I think they could have gone further with this card. I think they should have made it cost 0. Like, could you imagine 0 mana, a 0 mana mana dork that flies? Although, Joel, you can't stop me. This is my show. One cost? One cost, it probably would have been fine at 1 cost. This is why Wizards won't hire you. Gotta give that Birds a bit of love. But could you imagine a 0 mana? It would be so good. It would have to be a mythic, right? Like, it would be upshifted immediately to mythic. On that note, I will probably take every one of these that I see. I guess if I'm in the blue-white deck. But it seems really good. Alright, Sanctuary Raptor. 3 mana for a 2/1 bird. Another bird. Flying. Whenever it attacks, if you control 3 or more tokens. So it has token craft. Like Metalcraft, but for tokens. It gets +2/+0 and first strike. This card seems good. So it's a 4/1 flying first strike. This card's very good. And it's probably easily, like, you can easily have this online by turn 3. So this card is Scion of Draco, 12 mana for a 4/4 dragon, but it's 2 less to cast for each basic land type you control. So it's like, at best, it's a 2 mana 4/4. And then, so it has flying. So a flying 4/4 is like the floor, right? Moxithopter. Moxithopter of Paradise. That's a good name. You like the art more than what it does? Yeah, it's like each creature you control has vigilance if it's white, hexproof if it's blue, lifelink if it's black, first strike if it's red, and trample if it's green. So it's like a creature, a Chroma's Memorial, kind of. There's a lot. There's a lot to like take in with this card. I did see. I don't know if any of you watched the pre-release with Loading Ready Run, but they one person played the Ethereum Sphinx, so Cascade for 9 or like I guess it's 8 or less. So they cascaded for 8 or less, and they kept hitting this card, and I was like, oh no, that feels so bad. Like I would be I would be upset. Oh, the one before the 3-1 B4. You like the art more than what it does? It is good art. It kind of looks like it's from Ravnica. Like Ravnica, the art direction was very like um fall. Like the whole art style of Ravnica was like this is fall. Like there's a lot of browns and oranges. Having this in a Cascade deck seems bad. That's true. Like you that's fair. Like you're right. Like Knights of Autumn, yeah. Yeah, Knights of Autumn was in this Ravnica set. You figured out a plan for Garth? You need haste and a Deadeye Navigator. Go infinite with Black Lotus copies. And then target the opponent with Brain Geyser to make them deck themselves. That is the dream. Please, someone do that. So you need like a haste enabler, Deadeye Navigator, and Garth. And you make infinite Black Lotuses, and then you make them mill. That's beautiful. I need that to happen now. Okay. I said other cards are my favorite. This is my favorite like card art in the set. Uh Sojourner's Companion. 7 mana for a 4/4 affinity for artifacts. This is not a 7 mana card. This is easily like a 4/4, maybe less. Like, I guess the dream is like you have 7 artifacts and you just slap this down. And then it has artifact land cycling. Okay, I promise you, I will never pass this card. But yeah, it. So the reason I love it, you can kind of see it like behind me. You can see like the corner. I have a fish tank. I have pet axolotls, and this is an axolotl. Like they're one of my favorite animals. Like I even have like a quagsire. It's kind of flat. I've kind of just been squishing it this whole time. But yeah, I love this card so much. Just a little metal axolotl. I did have a fish tank cam for a hot second, but like they're kind of not doing great right now. I'm kind of they need to like, the tank's been weird, or else I would like have the fish tank cam up. Hopefully they'll like get better. No one wants to see like a dirty tank. But yeah, I love this card so much. Just because it's an axolotl. Companion is good just for search. Yeah, it's like, okay, you don't really want to cast it, or like you don't have a lot of artifacts. Go get an artifact land. It's artifact land cycles, so you can only get one of the artifact lands. So they printed 10 of them in this set, and then there's 6 in Magic previously. But yeah, this card, fantastic. Soul Talisman. So artifact, no mana cost, suspend 3 for 1 mana, and it has tap, add 2 colorless. It's Soul Ring. It's Soul Ring on suspend. It's hard to... This card's going to do a lot of work in whatever format it's in. Like, it's Soul Ring. It's just Soul Ring. Could you imagine, though, if they banned Soul Ring in Commander now that this card's printed? This card would shoot up in price. It would be pretty awesome, honestly. Alright, Steel Dromedary. Dromedary? Is that another word for a camel? 3 mana, 2/2, artifact creature camel. Steel Dromedary enters the battlefield tapped with 2+1 counters. Okay, so it's a 3 mana 4/4. Doesn't untap during your untapped step if it has a +1 counter. At the beginning of combat, you may move a +1 counter. This card's bad. Do not pick this card. It's not going to do anything for you. You don't know how it would be used in competitive? If Soul Ring was banned, players would still play it. I mean, honestly, like, Commander, you can do anything you want. Like, there's not, like... If you're just playing casual kitchen table Commander, you could do... There's no rules. It basically says... It's an artifact that just puts a +1 counter on your creatures. I'm not into it. I'm not going to pick this highly. Alright. We got another sword. Sword of Hearth and Home. It should have been Sword of Hearth and Stone. So 3 mana, artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has protection from green and white. Classic. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, exile up to 1 target creature you own, then search your library for a basic land card, and then put them both on the battlefield you control, then shuffle. So basically it's a blink and a ramp effect. Yeah, it's a sword. It's going to be good. You're going to lose to this card. I promise you. Hearth and Bone. Loading Ready Live, or Loading Ready Run did like a sketch comedy thing where they listed off like possible swords. There was like Sword of Sweet and Sour, Sword of Again and Again. I don't know. Look it up. Maybe they have it on their YouTube now. It was pretty funny. But yeah, the one thing that makes me mad is this is the only sword we're getting. Like, there's still... Excuse me. There's still not a green-red sword, and there's still not a blue-black sword. And we only got one sword this set. What gives, Wizards? Come on. I'll make your swords. Alright. Tormod's Crypt Keeper. 3 mana, 3/2 Vigilance Golem. And it has the Tormod's Crypt effect. Blink and Ramp. Yeah. Like, it's a good card. Like, it's going to be a commander staple. Like, every deck is going to want to play it. Because it's like... It's basically better Sword of the Animist. It guards not a body, but a secret. Does Tormod have a card? I don't think Tormod has a card yet, right? He does! In Commander Legends. I don't know how I forgot that. I definitely drafted him the other day. Dang. This card's bad. Like, just think of it as a 3 mana, 3/2 Vigilance. It's deck filler. Like, if you really need a card to play. The Underworld Cookbook. 1 mana for an artifact. Tap it, discard a card, create a food token. I'm liking what I hear. It's definitely going into my food cube. And you can pay 4 and tap and sack it to return a creature card from your graveyard to your library. Or graveyard to your hand. Sword of the Animist is cheaper to cast and doesn't need to hit the player. That's fair. But you could just play both. That card, the Sword of Hearth and Home is going to be very good. Like, for sure. Alright, moving on. Vectis Gloves. 2 mana for an equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has Artifact Landwalk. This card is going to be very good in this set. Because the only fixing lands are all artifact lands. So, probably if you see this card, take it. Because, like, it's just going to give your creatures unblockable for 2 mana. Because there's no... Yeah, like every... We're going to see later, but every tap or every, like, dual-colored land is an artifact. Like, you're going to get got. You got to be careful playing those artifact lands. Alright, Void Mirror. Oops. Alright. 2 mana for an artifact. Whenever a player casts a spell, if no colored mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell. See ya, Tron. See ya, Eldrazi players. This card is just like targeted hate towards freaking Tron players. This whole set felt like it's just anti-Tron, anti-colorless. No more Force of Will, yeah. Like, if you cast something for free, it's getting shot down. Like, it's gonna get countered. I do like the art. Ooh, Nico Eris got a shout out. Um, you yeah, suspend cards. Yeah, Void Mirror would be pretty good against suspend cards. Yeah. Why not Force of Will? Because you cast it for free. You don't spend any colored mana. It basically says, you have Omniscience out. Sorry, but the effect is strong, but I think it's so narrow that it's not gonna do anything. Spend colorless mana. Yeah, it should count for like if you cast something for free, this should counter it. Because you didn't technically you didn't spend any colored mana. Most likely, that's how it works. Is this a Pokemon? Zabaz, the Glimmer Wasp. 1 mana for an modular 1 insect. MTG is confusing for sure. Like, sometimes I wonder if I'm like not smart enough to play this game. But so we got a modular 1 insect for 1. If a modular triggered ability would put one or more counters onto another creature you control, you put an additional one. So basically, if this dies, you can put 2 counters on another creature. So yeah, if you pick this card, if you open this card, you can just go straight into the red-white modular. And you can pay red to destroy an artifact you control. Or you can pay a white and it gains flying. This card's very good. It doesn't look like it is, but it is very good. Alright, Cursed Totem. Speaking of 2 mana, like, hate cards, or like silver bullets, artifact activated abilities of creatures can't be activated. Yeah, it's like Torpor Orb, but for activated abilities. There's nothing else to say about it. Extruder, 4 mana, 4/3 for a Juggernaut. Echo 4. Sacrifice an artifact, put a +1 counter on target creature. Dang, so you could play this, and if you don't... Okay, 4 mana, put a +1 counter on a another creature. I do think this card is really good, though. Because, like, sacrificing something for free is always good. Because like, if they try to, like, remove it, you go, okay, I sack it. And it, like, makes combat really weird. I'd say Extruder's pretty good. Millikin. 2 mana 0/1 artifact creature. Tap it, mill a card, add a colorless mana. It's a reprint. It's not very exciting, but affinity for artifacts. Rip Force of Will. I honestly, I don't know if anyone is gonna play like formats where Force of Will is legal. I don't know if people are gonna play Void Mirror. They'll probably just still keep playing their own Force of Will. I wouldn't worry about it too hard. If you already bought the Force of Wills. Ooh, Navinaral's disc. The dream is you open a Planeswalker and Navinaral's disc, and you just wipe the board with your Planeswalker in play. That's basically what happened in the last Commander Legends draft I did. I had Tavesh Savat. I think that's his name. And Joel had Navinaral's disc. And I'm like, what? You gonna pop it? You gonna leave my dude on the field? You won't. Patchwork Gnomes. 3 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature gnome. Discard a card, regenerate it. Seems fine. It was a good board wipe still, yeah. But it could have, like, I don't know, it could have led to Tavesh getting out of control. I like this card. It's a discard outlet. It's a discard outlet, and it's a good blocker. Seems good. Alright, Zurin Orb. Here's the Zurin Orb you were talking about earlier, Astral Man. 0 mana artifact, sack a land, gain 2 life. So if you can open Titania, this is only an uncommon. Like, you can maybe get this. It seems good. I think Titania is really the only payoff, though. So, this is probably not a limited card. It's probably constructed. This card is whack. Sack a land. Yeah, I was playing a game. I was playing a game of Commander the other day. And someone played this card. And then I gained control of them. And so, like, I could have just sacked all their lands. At least kill an enemy land. Yeah. It's definitely not, like, intuitive. It's like you want to play things like Crucible of Worlds, the Gitrog Monster, Ramunap Excavator, Titania. It's like you want ways to sack lands or, like, play lands from the graveyard. Yeah, it is a weird card for sure. But it gets there. Alright. So that's all the artifacts. And all that's left is the lands. I guess I can go through them really quick. There's definitely not a lot that are worth, like... So, like, they reprinted the Zendikar Fetch lands at Rare. They also printed... Yeah, Crucible Worlds. They also printed 10 artifact lands that tap for 2 colors and are indestructible. So that's why I was saying, like, there's that dragon that kills a non-basic land, but, like, most of the non-basic lands in this set are artifacts, or, like, are indestructible. So they printed 1 of each color pair. Marsh Flats, another fetch land. Misty Rainforest. Alright, Power Depot. Artifact land, enters the battlefield tapped. Add a colorless. Ooh, that's begging to be icebreakered. And then you can add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast artifact spells or activated abilities of artifacts. And so this land has modular 1. So if you can somehow sack this land, you could put a +1 counter on something else. It's cute little synergy. I want to say most of these, like, I want to say most of these artifact lands are from Mirrodin, which is cool. I want to go back. Take me back to New Phyrexia. That's where I belong. What modular? Yeah, it has modular 1, so it comes in with 1+1 counter. And then if this land dies, you can put the +1 counter on another creature. So yeah, you can sack this to any number of things in the set. Slagwoods Bridge, Tanglepool Bridge, Thorn Glint Bridge. Here's a cool card. Urza Saga, Enchantment Land. So this is a land enchantment. Or like this is a land that is also an enchantment. So you play it. When it enters the battlefield, it gains tap at a colorless. So it's a colorless land. And then the second turn, you can make a construct with it. And then the third turn, you can search your library for an artifact card with mana cost 0 or 1 and put it on the battlefield. So you can go get your Soul Ring, your Soul whatever. I guess that's the dream. You Urza Saga into Soul Talisman. Mwah. Beautiful. Just so they could make the type line be Urza Saga. Yeah, exactly. They just did it for the flavor. You do have to sack this, though. So, once it gets the third counter, you have to sack it. But you've probably gone and got, like, an artifact land or something. Mana Crypt? I don't think that's legal in Modern. No way. That card's way too good. Honestly, Mana Crypt should be banned in, like, everything. Yeah, not legal in Modern, banned in Legacy, restricted in Vintage, legal in Commander. Verdant Catacombs. Honestly, I'm probably gonna buy try to buy some playsets of these fetch lands. Like, hopefully they'll be cheaper since they got reprinted. But I guess we'll see. Yavimaya, Cradle of Growth. Legendary land. Each land is a forest in addition to its other land types. Great. It's a Tomb of Yawgmoth for forests. Sounds good. $10 less than the other fetch lands. Yeah. I have a lot of store credit with Card Kingdom. So I'm gonna... It'd be really cool if I could get them through that. But I guess we'll see. They're basically the big value of the set. Like, if you can open a Shockland, you're good. Speaking of value, Cabal Coffers. The first time it's been reprinted in, like, a set. You gonna see the old border ones? You could probably find pictures of them. If you open an old border fetch land, your money has, like, tripled. When I watched the pre-release yesterday, one person opened a collector booster and they got a foil Verdant Catacomb old border and a foil Marsh Flats old border. Like, that had to be like a $500 pack. Like, insane. Yeah, Luck of the Surge for sure. Not sure if making lands will be as good as making them swamps. Yeah. I'm trying to think what If you make every land a forest, you can acid rain and destroy all lands if you really wanted to. I haven't seen the etched foils. Or like, yeah, I need to see it in real life. I haven't really. It's hard to tell from like pictures and videos. I'm sure it looks good though. All right, Cabal Coffers, land, 2 mana, tap it, add a black for every swamp you control. Probably not great in the set. I mean, unless you're like mono black, but that's probably not going to happen. You wonder if cold foils Pringle like regular foils? I bet you they do. I probably. It's interesting you say cold foil. I've only ever heard cold foil from Flesh and Blood. There's so many different terms for like foiling and like holographic stuff. Okay, last two cards. We have made it. Mishra's Factory. This is a reprint. Tap, add a colorless, or it can become a 2/2, and you can tap it to give an assembly worker +1/+1. So basically, you can pay 1, make it a 2/2, and then you can tap it and make it a 3/3. And then the final card of the set, Riptide Laboratory. Vance Joy, eat your heart out. So we got a land, tap, add colorless, 1 in a blue, tap, return a wizard you control to its owner's hand. I don't know what this does in draft, but maybe Modern cares about wizards. We did it. We went through every card in this set. Man, all 300 of them. Oh. Should be a crime selling Pringles. We can't eat them. I saw a thing on Twitter. It was like wizards. It was like the climate in Washington is perfect so that cards never curl. They never like Pringle as foils. So Wizards has never seen cards curl up. And I was like, that is the hottest take I have ever heard. That Washington is just the Goldilocks zone for like foil cards. Like, that's so crazy. Yeah, Washington State. They're in Renton, Washington. That's the HQ of Wizards. Yeah, yeah, not Washington D.C. If it was D.C., I could like go there. No, it's like the opposite of the country. Richard Garfield for president. What's he doing nowadays? He's like, I think he's just trying to make new games, and they're all very much like Magic. Man. Would you believe I've been streaming for 6 hours? Yeah, like what? Alright, so you guys watched me give my, like, 2 cents. What are your favorite cards? What cards do you want to play with? He did Keyforge? Yeah, Keyforge is like Magic Light. Did I eat lunch? Yeah, I had an early lunch. I ate at like 11:30 and then started streaming at 12. Make an MTGO patch for 2021 visuals. Yeah, I don't think he has anything to do with Wizards anymore. I think he's moved on. The new Planeswalker? The bug one? The tentacle one? The bug one? Or the, sword one? All of them? They're pretty cool. Like, Wizards definitely made some pretty cool cards. I feel like it's rare for them to, I don't know, I feel like they're so hesitant to like push the boundaries of cards. You like the Shadow Boy and the Other Boy? What's the Other Boy? He's a tabletop game designer. Dang, you forgot. There's a lot of boys in the set, Joel. Was it the fish? Fury? You like Fury? I really like Academy Manufactor, Sojourner's Companion, Grist. Grist is so cool. I can't wait to like get to play with it. It's gonna be cool in Cube. It's gonna be, maybe there'll be a modern deck, and it can be your commander. You want to evoke Fury and reanimate him in the same turn? You could do it in draft, honestly. Like you can evoke him, and then you can either priest him or young necromancer him. You'll only play Grist if you get the sketch one. He nasty. That's fair. One of my roommates hates centipedes. If you don't know, I'm a bug guy. Like I got my degree, or I have a degree in plant biology and a minor in bugs, entomology. And I worked at a place raising bugs for pesticide research for like 4 years. So like I'm a bug guy. I love my bugs. You don't like bugs just because they scare you? Yeah, this card is terrifying. Like, as a person who likes bugs, you hate them. I just love, like, I want to know what they told. I want to know what the art direction was. Because it's like, make it terrifying, creepy, lots of bugs, but also fashion, good silhouette, and like feminine. Like, I don't know. I love the card. It's got a lot going on for sure. Piru's pretty good. The borderless art is like less creepy. If you've seen that one. Why is Piru... Why is Piru blocked? You like Piru and Dermataxi? Yeah, look up Borderless Grist. It's pretty cool. I also like the artist who does it. Minguez. Victor Minguez. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's all I have to say about the set. Go back through, give my second opinion. No, I think I'm done. I've streamed for 6 hours. But yeah. You didn't realize it because it looks so different? Yeah, it's more like big bones and less centipedes and nightmare fuel. No debrief after you draft the set. Maybe I'll give my first impressions after we draft it. We'll see what happens. Okay, yeah. I think I'm gonna end the stream there. Thanks for watching. Thanks for putting up with me for 6 hours. Thanks for following Kara Cancel. Thanks for watching. Be sure to follow me on like Twitter. I also have a Discord. So basically I'll say when I'm streaming on Discord or Twitter. Usually both. But yeah, if you want to keep up with me, follow me on something. Thanks for watching. I probably will not stream tomorrow. So I think I'll be back next week. Hope to catch some of my games on Arena. Yeah, I've been playing Arena some. I mostly will just play like... I was playing Historic earlier this week. And just talking about Modern Horizon. But yeah. Hope to see you guys next time. Probably... we'll stream... I probably will take a break tomorrow because I streamed for 6 hours today, but yeah. Next week. I'll see you guys then. Have a good weekend. Have a good rest of your week. Alright. I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Laters.